Ay, yo, yeah, that's B-Eazy, that's the name. Way before the world knew he was running the game. Laid the groundwork, built the foundation strong. Been influencing the whole scene all along. Now everybody gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades, yeah. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades. B-Eazy, B-Eazy. Ooh, B-Eazy. He got that certain kind of profile, smooth and effortless style. He's so fresh, makes the whole room stop and stare a while. Hear him asking, who's that? Mama, there he goes again. The way he moves, you know he's gonna win. Oh, you ain't know? That's just B-Eazy. B-Eazy, that dude. That man right there. B-Eazy.
Yeah. Listen up. It's B-Eazy, that dude, the great. He ain't fake, he one of the real guys. Spitting fire every stream. You've been late to the party, now it's time to realize. From Pittsburgh to around the world, yeah, the flow is elite. Every beat that he slide on turns into straight heat. Came up from the grind, selling box on a laptop, running up a bag, feel like he hit the jackpot. Got the luxury visions, ambition vivid, never bluff. Purses, progress, persevere when the going gets tough. B-Eazy, that dude, got stripes in the game. Every rhyme, every line, they gon' remember the name. From the streets to the stage, the energy don't fade. Legend in the making, yeah, history's what he's laid. Mic in his hand, heart in the flow and soul on every beat. Dropping knowledge, power, bravado, his legacy complete. Hustle, amplified, lyrics electrified, that's the truth. B-Eazy, that dude, established with certified proof. Feel the bass, feel the vibe, let it ride through the crowd. All the words, every hook, man, he keeps making us proud. King of his lane, rising above every feud. All hail the one and only, B-Eazy, that dude. Yeah.
He always do it big, you know who it is. B-Eazy, 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 that dude. He on his way to the top and he ain't about to stop. You thought he would flop and didn't wanna give him props. The things you dreaming about, he already did, dude. Now it's time to soak a game, he about to give you. Like, share, follow, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell to tune in when he goes live. Make a contribution if you feeling the content. Tap into the realness if you tired of the nonsense. I mean, no disrespect, ain't trying to sound rude, but the world already knows that B-Eazy's that dude. Ooh.
Hey yo, who is that dude? Oh girl, that's just B-Eazy. Oh boy, that's just B-Eazy. Well, who is B-Eazy? Oh, you ain't know, he been a pro for show, all about the dough. He been running up them racks and still trying to get some more. Don't care about the fame, just trying to gain and grow. He really one of them ones, his presence so pivotal. So hell yeah, he that dude, this is unequivocal.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy, that dude. An impromptu stream back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. We'll ruffle some feathers So it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても実際に世代です。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶっとこっち見ない。
Your competitors better catch up like 10 steps ahead. Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy, that dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really in me. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad. And we are activated, and it looks like we've already been joined by some illustrious guest, the hardest working mod on YouTube, Vibrant Low. We got Mr. Early, Never Late, Chakra King. We got the majestic, the magnificent, and the exquisite melanated agenda. We got the Brownsville bully, Cloudness, 457. We got the East Coast finest, Mr. Roger Meadows. And Roger, I don't even gotta ask, where Brooklyn at? So those are the illustrious guests who have made their presence felt. We gonna get right into this thing now. I won't be here for a long time, but it will be a strong time. Now let's get into this. In case you haven't heard, Trump in his Supreme Extreme Court has ended temporary protected status for Haitian and Syrian immigrants, right? It was about 6,000 Syrians, about 350,000 Haitians. Now, y'all know what the word temporary means, right? Temporary doesn't mean permanent, right? So if you were in a relationship and we said, hey, baby, we gonna do our thing, but this is temporary, would you truly be heartbroken when it ended? I mean, they didn't put a ring on it, so it wasn't permanent. So why were you expecting permanence in a temporary situation? So I'm gonna give a balanced and nuanced perspective. You know, I'm sure it will ruffle some feathers. Now let's get into this. Now, some people want you to be biased just because if you have a certain level of melanin, then you're supposed to think, act, and behave in a certain way. But no, we are not a monolith in the way that we think and the way that we behave. So I'm going to react to a series of creators. This one is from Love Jones, the Love Jones Show, and she is reacting to this. And we've been joined by John Cien, one of the coldest and the dopest with a pen, John Sinatra, and all of the other illustrious guests in the building. Let's get into it.
Haitian community gathered at Miami City Hall to protest the city's agreement with Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
All of these battles are intertwined.
My people,
They can't go back. It's real. The reality in Haiti is real.
In a 6-3 vote, the Supreme Court gave the Trump administration the green light.
So again, I'm going to be an objective analyst on this. So she said, and just to be clear, I will be flipping back and forth from the screen just so that the video is transformative. Now, she's crying and she said the reality in Haiti is real. And I don't believe that she's making that up, but when you say vague things right now, what they're looking for is sympathy. They're looking for people to galvanize and say, hey, what's going on is unacceptable. This mistreatment of people is deplorable. So in order for people to be galvanized, they need to know exactly what are they being galvanized against and galvanized around. So when you just say, hey, the reality in Haiti, it's so horrible. What reality are you talking about? We need specifics, not just the very vague black on black crime and the culture things. We need specifics. And then when we talk about what's going on in Haiti, we need to talk about the corruption, right? It's other Haitians that are oppressing other Haitians. It's other Haitians that are killing other Haitians, right? Not all of them are doing that. I wouldn't even say the majority of them are doing that. But there is a corrupt apparatus of their leaders that are selling them out. So you have to call out your leaders, right? Yes, we can blame U.S. imperialism. We can blame the Clintons. We can blame Western powers who helped destabilize Haiti. Yes, there's enough blame to go around. But while we're passing the blame to the Western powers, to the dub supremacists, we have to look at the people who were complicit. Many people love to bring up the resistance and rebellion of 1804, which was phenomenal, right? But you can't just say 1804 was a resistance story and then stop there. Yeah, man, we fought and we freed ourselves. What happened after you freed yourself? Your people amongst the free population, amongst the free nation, loved white mommy and daddy so much. They loved white massa so much that they broke themselves. They voluntarily pulled their pants down and spread cheeks. Your own people sold you out. So as much as you want to talk about the rebellious liberation, you also got to talk about the disgusting betrayal of many of your own countrymen. And we've been joined by the marvelous my boo. What it did it do? And John says, shout out to the chat. Y'all know what to do. Hit that like button and share if you truly care. And you know what I'm going to say. Oh, you had to mod up real quick. Okay, that's why I was like, John, why you ain't in blue, bruh? But I forgot you got 2 different pages, right? But it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Let's get back into it. And John, let me know what time you gonna go, because I may push this to about 8:30 or 9, depending on how what time you gonna go live. So John, let me know what time you go live so I can inform the people as well. Let's get back into it. And just so you guys know, we're talking about the Trump in his Supreme Extreme Court ending TPS status for Haitians and Syrian migrants.
And temporary protected status for more than 250,000 Haitians.
There is no grounds for terminating Haiti TPS based on the country conditions inside Haiti. This is absolutely absurd.
But with the State Department level 4 do not travel advisory still in place for Haiti, TPS Haiti advocates say the Supreme Court's decision.
So Roger says, has someone tracked down that Haitian lady who called us dirty black Americans? You know what? It's like she only popped on the scene to call us dirty black Americans. So either the FBA freedman stood on business and ran her up out of the spot. A, we told her, you got to shake the spot. A thought you got to shake the spot. So, it could be that the thought had to shake the spot, or it could be she just laying low. She got more heat than she was expecting, and then she's just laying low, and then she'll pop up a few years later and say, "Hey, big head," and she may be the most pro blackety black person that you've ever seen, because that's usually what happens. Because early in the 90s, you know how it was, Roger, especially in a immigrant enclave like New York, people were over there being disrespected. The Caribbeans were saying, "Hey, you know, we run Brooklyn now, we run New York," and all this stuff. So people were getting really bold, you know, saying that y'all don't have no culture and things like that. And, you know, a lot of us just allowed the disrespect. It's okay. You know what I mean? There are brothers, there are cousins, and they were saying, "No, you're not like us. I know black, papi. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian." And, you know, we were still pushing the line. No, y'all like us. Y'all black and all this stuff. And they kept telling us over and over that, no, you're not like us. And then when we finally had an epiphany and it snapped, and you say, you know what? Actually, we are different. Then they want to double back with the, "Hey, big head, we all black," you know, into the whole flat blackness type thing. So yeah, I haven't seen the chick. She went viral for calling us dirty black Americans. You know, most of the people I see was giving her excuses and giving her passes. They wouldn't say, "Yeah, man, it's a problem within our culture, you know, where we're anti FBA, right, or anti-freedmen." They weren't saying that. All they were saying was giving excuses and saying, "I got called an African booty scratcher." Like, no, you didn't. Like, nobody has used that term since like the 90s, bro. No one called you an African booty scratcher, so why are you even bringing that up? Most of us didn't even go to school with hella Africans and Haitians. We just didn't, unless you lived in New York or Miami. So where was all of this abuse and bullying going on? Many immigrants live next to other immigrants. They have immigrant enclaves, which is why they make Jamaica Queens and Little Haiti and Little Senegal and stuff. That means there's enough immigrants to transform the place into a place that they can call home, i.e. Chinatown, i.e. Koreatown. Immigrants that are coming to create a safe space that reminds them of home. Some would call them transplants, right? I'm in the Bay Area, right? Yeah, there may be some Haitians here and some Africans, but they're like spread out. And this is a recent phenomenon. We didn't go to school with a bunch of Africans and Caribbeans. We just didn't. So the whole African booty scratcher and the name calling, we were calling each other other names. So really think about this. They're supposed to be our brothers and cousins. Well, if we are calling our brothers and cousins names, why wouldn't we call you a name too? It's called roasting. It's called playing the dozens. Remember that show on MTV that was so big? Your mama so fat. Your mama so skinny she can hula hoop through a Cheerio, right? We were the ones coming up with those jokes. That is part of our culture. If you can't stand the heat, get out the kitchen. And if you can't stand foundational Black Americans, get out the country. I'm just saying, if you don't want to be bothered by us, then, you know, get out our neighborhoods, get out the country. You know what I mean? I'm not being xenophobic. I'm just saying, you hate us. We're so violent. We're so degenerate. How the hell would you want to be around us? Make it make sense. Let me get to the chat, though. John says, "B, get at me like I showed up to work without my uniform." Well, no, you didn't show up without your uniform, but you showed up without your equipment, and you have a job to do, bucko. Salute to John in the true blue. Hey, my lightweight with the subtle jab. John, you going live finally. And you know what? You inspired me, because John, I don't know if you still in here, but John, since you haven't been going live, John, Johnny boy, Jonathan Sinatra, I gotta hit you.
Hope, please.
Nigga, please.
Hope.
Nigga, what?
Nigga,
Please. Nigga, please.
what?
Had to hit Johnny. Where's Johnny? You better be going live today, buddy. Don't make me look like a fool. I'm telling everybody you going live, so don't make me look like a liar. But let's see who else we got in here. And keep smashing that like button. It will not cost you a fee. I meant in the terms of she's hiding out from ICE now that TPS is done. Oh, you know what? I didn't even connect the dots. You right, Roger. She don't give a damn about FBA. She running from ICE. It makes sense. Got you. And we've been joined by the illustrious Atebe. Atebe. And Roger says, in New York, Africans we ain't see into this century, mostly blacks from Caribbean were here. And this is what I've been trying to tell people. All of these claims, allegations, and flat out lies, many of them are based on a recent phenomenon. Like, we literally didn't grow up around a bunch of Africans and Caribbeans. We just didn't. Not because we hated them. It's just they didn't grow up around us. Many of them wanted to live next to the Lily W's. Many of them were actually sponsored too, right? There were a lot of sponsorships because you see all the times with the celebrities, right? They don't like black people. They have no history of standing up for black people. But then some of them, they always go and get a black child, but it's never a black child from America. There's plenty of black children that can be adopted in America, but they never do that. They always go to Africa or some Caribbean, some poor nation, and then we're supposed to commend them, and then they get a black kid, usually a super dark black kid, and then say, I don't see color. How don't you see color and you're a white person who adopted a black kid? Now they have a super dark black kid telling them, hey, you're going to grow up in a colorblind society, right? And they start instilling all of these things, right? So if you tell a black person, if a black person adopts a white kid and say, hey, yeah, I'm a foundational black American, but I could raise this lily white kid and I could bestow all the virtues of whiteness on them, right? I could tell them what it's like to be white in America. No, I can raise a productive citizen. I can raise a responsible young adult. I can't teach someone the nuances of being white. I'm not white, but we're supposed to pretend that, hey, a white person could raise a black person, which they can, and they can create a successful citizen. But we're talking about the cultural nuances. That's the thing that's overlooked. You know what I mean? And we've been joined by M.P. says, I'm pretty sure that most African voters are going to vote for the Democrats. Yeah, they probably will. Of course, they're going to vote for the Democrats because the Democrats, at least rhetorically, the Democrats are always the one. This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, right? So the Democrats, both parties support open borders, but the Democrats verbally support immigrant exceptionalism, right? All of their bleeding hearts is for immigrants, and there's nothing wrong with immigrants. Some of the greatest people in this nation are immigrants. Some of the greatest minds in this nation are immigrants. But there is a bit of a lie with this whole immigrant exceptionalism, saying that they built the nation and all the stuff, which they didn't. They came to contribute and helped make the nation more beautiful and more prosperous, but they didn't build it. Like, no one comes in, to some barren land where there's not any opportunities. They come when the opportunities were already plentiful. Opportunities that many of them they didn't create. They came to take advantage of and exploit. And, there's nothing wrong with that because this is the land of milk and honey. There is something wrong with reframing the narrative and to try to make it seem as if someone is exceptional just because they're an immigrant. And that's not the case, right? There's a bunch of people that are coming across the border that have no education. And then there are some people who are H-1B visas who have a superior level of education. And we're supposed to pretend it's like that, hey, all people and all immigrants are created equal just for the very sake of them being an immigrant. And it doesn't make any sense. It's just like if saying someone is just exceptional just because they're American. No, there's a lot of fat, lazy, slovenly, disgusting Americans. And they're some of the greatest, strongest, courageous, bravest people on the entire planet that are American, right? It's not one or the other. It's a nuanced discussion in its totality. America's a melting pot on paper, but it's not in reality. Ding, ding, ding. I concur. The melting pot language is just, let's just call it what it is. It's just some propaganda. It's some propaganda to pretend as if we're all united. We're all united, but people live in ethnic enclaves, which is why I wholly and vehemently reject goofy, disgusting terms like people of color. All of these people, or let me just say the majority of these people who immigrated here, they would tell black people, y'all dumb. Why y'all call yourselves black? That's just a color in a crayon box. So let me get this right. They were ridiculing us and disparaging us for identifying as a color. And now we're supposed to act like we are all united based on color. Huh? How does this make any sense to you? Calling someone, hey, that's a colored person. That's bad. Calling someone a person of color, that's good. Huh? Good. How? They have a bunch of very vague, nebulous terms. Asians are people of color. Which Asians are you talking about? They have Asian K-pop stars that came over. Those K-pop stars are lighter than most white people. But I'm supposed to pretend that the K-pop stars from Korea are people of color because they're Asian. Okay. And then it's a melting pot. But hey, we don't want to live next to other people of color. Well, really, we just don't want to live next to the black people. So if it's about black people, just say it's black people. Stop trying to use these little vague terms and try to pretend like we have some solidarity based on skin pigment. We don't. And it's not because for lack of trying on our part. We've tried. We've opened our doors to everyone. And all of these other groups have turned around and said, kiss my behind where the sun don't shine. Where are the black businesses in Chinatown? We're all minorities, right? We're all people of color, right? Where are the black business? Show me a Hispanic neighborhood and show me where the black businesses are there. Go to Dearborn, Michigan. It's a bunch of black Muslims. Dearborn, Michigan is supposed to be a Muslim haven. Show me the black Muslim businesses in Dearborn, Michigan. Matter of fact, show me the black Muslims that live amongst the Arab Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan. What the fuck is the point of being Muslim and, oh, I'm so Muslim in Islam, but they see you as a bead? They see you as a slave. They see you as less than them. And you're supposed to be worshiping the book and the prophet Muhammad. I mean, are you guys worshiping the same prophet? Dave says, stop fighting. Dave, stop babbling incoherently. If you're going to say stop fighting, then you got to be coherent with what you're talking about. So shout out to Frank Nitty. Mr. Gritty, putting on for the biddy. M Dub says, when I go to Eden Shopping Center or Asian owned businesses, I don't see too many of them hire FBAs or American citizens. Well, they don't hire FBAs. The only time that FBAs do get hired is occasionally in a nail shop. They didn't hire them. And this was done reluctantly. Before they didn't hire any FBAs. Then they start occasionally hiring some. And let's be honest, we don't truly know if they're FBAs. Sometimes they hire melanated people and then people assume that they're FBAs. But most immigrants identify as immigrant first. So they don't mind uplifting and collaborating with other immigrants. But when it comes to the native foundational Black American population, they'll collaborate with whites and Hispanics and stuff. It's just, their disdain and their vitriol seems specifically reserved for foundational Black Americans, right? And then other melanated immigrants will kind of side with the Asians and say, hey, I'm not like them. I'm not Black. I'm not a nigga. I'm different. But then when we look at them and say, hey, yeah, you're different, then they try to frame it as xenophobia. It's like, nah, I agree with you. We are different. Also, Asian-owned businesses hire Hispanics for cheap labor. Of course they do. There's a bunch of Asian-owned taquerias, and they just hire Hispanics for cheap labor. They always try to say they're just doing the jobs that no one wants to do, which is a lie, because no one will do construction. No one will work at fast food. You mean to tell me no black people know how to do nails? So it's just a matter of no, they don't want to hire these people, and they want a exploitable labor pool. And I coined a term called MAE, mutually agreed exploitation. So yeah, these people and oftentimes know they're being exploited, but the exploitation is advantageous to them. Yeah, they may be getting paid $5 an hour, $10 an hour, but back in their homeland, they were getting paid 50 cents or $1 an hour. So they're making out, even though they're being exploited, their exploitation is advantageous to them. And it looks like we've been joined by Mr. 350, the big block boat rider, big rig slaps. But oh, and you said you seen Frank somewhere. I know Frank be in the B1 spaces. Maybe you seen bro in the sectors too. I don't know. Frank, you be in the beef sector? It's time for a complete immigration ban. Well, some would say a moratorium. I think a moratorium sounds more sanitized, but moratorium, ban, pause. You know how they talk about a ceasefire, or how about a humanitarian pause, right? We've got enough people. We need to take care of our own people so that then we can, hey, if you want to open the floodgates after we establish people here, imagine this, right? Your kids are hungry at the house, but before you feed your kids, you go out and feed the neighbor's kids, and then you come back home and your kids are still hungry. But before you feed your kids, you got to go to the next city because some other kids are hungry, and then you come back home. And before you feed your kids, you say, but what about the kids in Gaza? What about the kids in Sudan? What about the kids in Congo, in Nigeria, in Lebanon, in Syria? The list never stops. I'm not saying I don't care about famine. I'm not saying I don't care about genocide, but right now, there's a genocide going on in Gaza. Many people have been in the streets protesting. Has that protesting lowered your gas costs? Has that protesting helped you afford a home? Has that protesting helped you afford daycare? Has that protesting helped you afford healthcare and life insurance? But you're supposed to put all of that aside and say, don't be selfish. You need to worry about Gaza. Look what's happening to those kids. And you know what? It's disgusting. And I don't want to see that happen to those kids. But then again, the question keeps coming up. Your kids are starving, but you're focused on Gaza. Your health is failing, but you're focused on Ukraine. Guess what? Ukraine is not focused on you. When all of these countries were at their height of, their civilization, they weren't focused on you. And you're supposed to be convinced, no, it's different this time. Oh, hell no. This can't be. Hell no.
Oh, damn. Dr. Fresh, wait a minute. I know you. Wait a minute.
Is it the cataracts, or is that really her? Lola, is that you? That's what I was like. Hold on. Is that really her?
Who the hell are you?
Lola, salute to the Be More Beauty in the building. And salute to the hubby hubs too, or salute to the significant other and the family. And look, Big Rick said, oh, snap, is Lola. Holy moly. That's what I said. I had to wipe out the eye boogers. I'll start squinting and bucking my eyes. It's like, hold on. Is that her? Salute to Lola. Now, Lola is a very lovely person. She is a sophisticated person. And I'm the only person that beat her in a debate. I'm just saying. But other than that, Lola is an intellectual beast, and I support her. So good thing to see you over here. Lola, the love experience slid through. Appreciate you. But let's get back into this video.
Is cruel. They described forced deportations to the gang-riddled nation like a death sentence.
I would not say we would likely going back. We're gonna stick together. We're gonna keep on fighting. The battle is not over.
So TPS status was also removed for Syria because believe Syria, it was like a war that was going on, which granted them temporary protection status here in the United States. And for Haiti, I believe it was like some type of natural disaster that was going on that granted some of the citizens, well, 250,000 temporary protection status in the United States of America.
So just to be clear, there was a Haitian earthquake, and this was some time ago. And then many of them were granted TPS, which is temporary protected status. And then there were some other things too. There was some civil unrest. They had a president that was assassinated, right? And, you know, people just kind of moved on like there was nothing to see here. Now, I do believe there was some foul play. You know, some suspected foul play. But yeah, so realistically, it is a bit of a contradiction because all of these like MAGA morons, they love to say, oh my God, Haiti is a hellhole. Haiti is a shithole. And unfortunately, there have been many Haitians that have said that. If you look at someone like Kodak Black, he's a jailbird and a junkie. When Kodak Black is doing degenerate stuff, they try to frame it. He's black. No, he's Haitian. So all of that goofy stuff he's done, you put that on Haiti, right? Don't just put that on the broad banner of blackness. But Kodak Black, who's Haitian, he's never been to Haiti. He doesn't want to go to Haiti. Kodak Black calls himself a gremlin. He's super dark. I'm talking about extra crispy, rotisserie burnt dark, but he doesn't like dark women. I don't even know if he likes black women, but he definitely doesn't like dark women. So he worships the W. He loves the Lily W's. Fine, if that's your preference, right? But then he said he doesn't want to go to Haiti. He'll fly a Haitian flag, but doesn't want to go to Haiti. Kodak Black has made millions and millions. He'll fly a Haitian flag, but don't want to go fix up Haiti. He'll fly a Haitian flag, but said he doesn't want to go to Haiti because they eat people over there. So he's calling his own people cannibals. But then you're looking at foundational Black Americans to stand up and crash out for Haiti when you got prominent Haitians that aren't even standing on business for their homeland. People like Kodak Black is disgusting. What do you know Kodak Black from? Gun toting, robbing, pistol play, goon stuff, degenerate stuff. And it gets framed as that's black culture. No, it's not. It's Haitian culture, right? We can't try to pretend that when he does something good, he sells a platinum record. Haiti, stand up. He makes $1 million. Haiti, stand up. He does a crime. See, that's black culture. No, it's not. It's junkie culture committed by a black Haitian. That's what it is. Don't try to put that on all blackness, all black people. Why should Senegal have to answer for what a Haitian Kodak Black is doing? Why should foundational Black Americans have to answer for what a Haitian Kodak Black is doing? And on the flip side, if some crusty, musty, dusty nigga from Oakland does a drive-by, that ain't no Haitians. That was a foundational Black American degenerate dweeb who did a drive-by. The nigga needs to be held accountable. We don't need to be looking at Nigerians and say, hey, Nigerians, what are y'all going to do about that? We need to clean up our own mess. And 'tis the season to hold your own nuts, hold your own lineage, hold your own culture, heritage, hold your own filth, hold your own failures, but hold your own victories and success. That's what you've been doing the whole time. When they get a degree, they don't say, hey, African Americans stand up, black people stand up. No, it's Nigeria stand up, right? Fine. be Nigerian all the time. Even right now, they're talking about Haitians are being deported. They're not calling them African American. So hold on. If you already know that they're Haitian, why they immigrate over here, you call them African American. They get deported. Haitians are being deported. But I thought you said they were African American. Shows you how goofy that term is and how nebulous that term is. I've never called myself African American. There's no documentation of me calling myself African American. There's no videos or songs of me calling myself African American. No one in my family. We've always just been Black because we have been the only ones standing up, and standing on business for Black people. All of these other groups, I'm Hebrew, I'm Israelite, I'm Moorish. Black is just a color in a crayon box. Okay, fine. Why would you want to claim a color in a crayon box? Stop claiming the color. Then they turn around and say, hey, you can't gatekeep Blackness. It's like, I thought you just said you didn't want to be a color out the crayon box. Now you over here begging to be a color out the crayon box. Does this make any sense to you? And think about how stupid this sounds. They talk about Black being a color in the crayon box, but guess what other colors are in the crayon box? White is a color in a crayon box. Yellow. Weren't they calling Asians yellow? Well, guess what? Yellow is a color in the crayon box. Black and brown. Well, brown is a color in the crayon box. Don't they talk about the red natives and Black people, red bones? Red is a color in a crayon box. They talk about some people being blue black or purple black. Blue is a color in a crayon box. Come on, man. How far do we want to go with this? I'm confused. Illegally coming or staying in the U.S. is a federal crime. How people mad at deportation? Egypt told me at customs, please don't make them come get me. Lola? Oh, wow. Lola, well said. I wasn't even expecting, Lola. I thought you was going to disagree with me on this. I concur 100%. I'm not confused. I am flabbergasted. I am bewildered. This is not about hatred. This is not about skin tone. So this is what people try to do. Haitians is Black. You Black. So you need to stand up for Haitians, huh? And no, it doesn't make any sense. This isn't about hatred towards Haitians or Syrians. Some of the greatest people in this country happen to be of Haitian descent. I told you, some of the greatest people in this nation have an immigrant background. This isn't about picking on immigrants. This is about what's right and wrong, what's just, moral standards, right? I am an American, right? I am America first. I'm not about the isolationism where it's just America only. What I'm saying is America first. Think of it like this. If you're in a committed relationship or you're in a marriage, right? There's a lot of marriages that are failing. Would it be responsible for you to tell your wife, hey, baby, I love you, but there's a woman down the street who's been sexually deprived, so I got to go give her some soul pole. Baby, I love you, but the lady down the street has been sexually deprived. I got to go worry about her needs and her wants. That's essentially what they do, unfortunately, with many immigrant situations. They talk about, they're just seeking asylum, right? They're fleeing gang violence. But how many times you hear a bunch of Sambos, tethers? You hear a bunch of people. What about Black on Black crime? What about Black on Black crime? Fatherless homes, Black women in bondage. You hear that all the time. Okay, fine. How the hell is me worried about what's going on in Gaza? Me worried about what's going on in Ukraine? How is that going to stop Black on Black crime? So they want us to be focused on other. No, we got a lot of stuff to clean up here. They always talk about the Black community is at the bottom here and all this other stuff. This is a nation of laws. Okay, so why are you saying that we should be allowing other people to break the law? It doesn't matter how minuscule the law is, right? They'll say, hey, this person crossed the border illegally, but hey, that's not a real crime. That's just a misdemeanor. Huh? Okay, but then when someone steals from the store, that's a misdemeanor, but you lock him up. So let me get this right. It's a misdemeanor for someone to come from a whole nother country and enter this country illegally, and you want them to get a slap on the wrist. But somebody stole something from Burlington Coat Factory and you want them to throw the book at them. Make this make sense. A citizen stole some clothes from Ross or Didi's Discounts. Okay, cool. They shouldn't have been stealing. But you want him to get locked up. Meanwhile, there's a non-citizen that you don't even know. Jorge came into the country. Miguel came over here. And then you're like, oh, Miguel is just trying to feed his family. Huh? So was the dude that was selling an eighth of weed. They got some dude still locked up for selling an eighth of weed. So make this make sense. The dude was selling the eighth, not because he was a thug and he loved the Menace to Society movie. He was selling a little bit of weed on the side to put food on his family's table. He took that risk. He took the risk of selling a little bit of some on the side, and he got locked up for it. Meanwhile, I'm supposed to have sympathy from someone from Tijuana fleeing the gang violence. Lola is from the Baltimore. There's a lot of gangs in Baltimore. Where could those young black boys go and seek asylum? You know what they say? Shut up, nigger. Pull yourself up by the bootstrap. Figure it out. Okay, fine. They need to shut up and figure it out. But tell those cats from Bogota. Tell those people from Brazil. Tell those people from Colombia. Hey, Medellin, y'all need to figure it out. If someone is fleeing the violence of a Colombian cartel, how is that my fault? Right? Hey, you need to figure it out in your homeland. But instead, we roll out the red carpet and say, hey, because Colombians are killing other Colombians, we need to help the Colombians who are not citizens. No, it doesn't matter if they're non-citizens. We're going to give them a pathway to citizenship. We're going to give them temporary protected status. Really think about this. Temporary protected status. Protected from who? Protected from their own people? Okay, fine. Ain't this what they always say? Black on black crime. Okay, where's the temporary protected status from Oakland? It's a bunch of thuggish niggas running around Oakland, and there's a bunch of young nerds. When I say YNs, there's a bunch of different YNs. There's YNs, young niggas, and then there's YNs that are young nerds. Where could those young nerds seek asylum at? There's a bunch of nerdy cats living in Oakland that would love to go and enroll into a STEM program, that would love to find a place where it wasn't murder and mayhem. But guess what? They tell them, who cares? You guys got to figure it out. Well, you know what? Those people from these other countries, from Haiti, from Syria, from Ukraine, y'all got to figure it out. 'Tis the season to hold your own nuts. We're not putting the capes on anymore. We're not coming to save anyone. Nobody is coming to save us. And then really think about this. I don't support a brain drain. Did you know that there's more Jamaicans living in America than there is in Jamaica? Jamaicans can't even access their own beach. This isn't to ridicule them. I'm not trying to make light of this. I'm not trying to denigrate or disparage. What is there to celebrate? You see a bunch of Caribbean festivals here. You see a bunch of Jamaicans here. Did y'all know that it's Caribbean American Heritage Month? But y'all don't even want to. So you'll fly a Jamaican flag, but you don't want to go build up Jamaica? How does that make any sense to you? It doesn't. They have no access to their beaches. They're being slapped around by Chinese people. Don't take my word, just look it up for it. What is there to praise? There's a brain drain. Many of the most prestigious professions are moving here. How could you build up Jamaica if the most prominent Jamaicans are here? It doesn't make any sense. They have Nigerians who love to talk. Hey, look, I got a degree. I'm a doctor. Do we need more Nigerian doctors in America or in Nigeria? So why should I be praising that you're a doctor in America? We got a bunch of doctors in America. We've had a multitude of foundational Black Americans. They've already cornered the market and said that, hey, we're going to get a bunch of Indian and East Asian people to be doctors and stuff like that. So a Nigerian or a Haitian doctor would be better suited in their homeland. They would have more impact there, but you wouldn't have that much prestige. So is it about uplifting your people, or is it just about prestige? Is it just about being recognized by white mommy and daddy? Is it just about competing with Black people saying y'all don't have a culture and we're doing better than y'all? Actually, you're not. Because if you compare the average Haitian to the average Black American, it's not even a contest. Compare the average Black American to the average Nigerian. I mean, some of these people, their annual earnings are less than 10,000. And I'm not trying to disparage or anything. I'm just trying to give people a clearer picture of what we're talking about. Many of the immigrants come over here, they're hyper selected. So they'll take a Nigerian doctor and then compare him to some broke nigga from the hood that has PTSD from being a homeless orphan. And then they'll compare that Nigerian doctor to them and say, see, their culture is superior. But then when you compare a Nigerian doctor to a Black American doctor, I mean, there's not much difference, right? Compare the most prominent Nigerians to the most prominent Black Americans is not even a contest. And we don't make it a contest. We have been the ones uplifting flat Blackness. We have been the ones saying we all Black. We have been the ones doing that. All these other groups they've been on the not like us. You know what I mean? So we're just late to the delineation party. But you know what? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, you know, and I had to go on a bit of a harangue, but M. Dub says white Europeans came to America illegally before, during, and after U.S. chattel slavery. Correct. No argument there. And many of them are not heritage Americans. Many of them are not WASP. You know, they came way later. Many of them came even after the Ellis Islanders. And you says American freedmen need a permanent legal protective status. So they pretend that we have one, but we need it clearly defined. It's a good thing that we didn't come out there and protest. You hear about those Antifa activists. One got 100 years for shooting a cop in the neck. Others got 70 and 50 years for protesting. One who wasn't even there got 30 years. Yeah, and this is what many people want. ICE out, ICE out. They want us out there crashing out for ICE. And then there's a bunch of anti-Black Latinos. And then not only that, even if I said, you know what ICE is doing is wrong, why the heck would I go out there and crash out? Do y'all remember? I will vote for Donald Trump, right? That was a jam. There was no gun to their head forcing them to say that. You heard the Cubano drums and bongos. I will vote for Donald Trump, right? They were saying that with their full chest. Like there was a lot of aggression the way they were saying that. I will vote for Donald Trump. Like, okay, this is what you voted for. Trump was saying that, hey, they're bringing crime. They're not sending their best. They're grapists. He was calling your homeland a shithole. And you still voted for Donald Trump. But then you want me to crash out for ICE? Did you know that most of the ICE are Latino? Most of the Border Patrol, Latino. Trump got a huge, significant boost from the Latino vote. But I'm supposed to be crashing out for ICE? Nah, I'm good. Yeah, John, it's not just crazy. It's rather insane. And John, have you figured out what time you gonna go? And yeah, they had the whole band. Now that band was good. I ain't gonna that band was jamming. I will vote for Donald Trump. I like I caramba. That song, I ain't gonna lie, it did have a little catch to it. I can't lie. That band was jamming. But this is what you voted for. A mutual friend told me an immigrant who does her hair told her on the documents they received as entering the country that they can stay here as long as they don't involve themselves in protests. Correct, which is why many of the Asians would say, hey, look, we wanted the benefits of the civil rights, but they were too afraid to risk their citizenship. Many of them claim they feared being deported, but I'm like, how are you going to be deported? You are a citizen. But they were like, hey, you know, we didn't want to be denaturalized and all this other stuff. That's why when I always ask, who's the Asian version of MLK? There's no one to name. There's no Asian version of Malcolm X. There's no Asian version of Fred Hampton. Now, people will quote Fred Hampton and talk about the Rainbow Coalition, but they can't point to anyone from their racial or ethnic group that could hold a candle to these people. And then they turn around and say that we're in some mythical coalition just because they use the term people of color. And then when you ask a simple question, okay, I'm a foundational Black American, but my color is brown, really copper colored. What color are you? They start stuttering and stammering because they don't identify as a color. So if they don't identify as a color, then why the hell are you calling them a person of color? Does this make any sense to call someone a person of color, yet you don't know what color they are? Okay. You said you're changing this thermostat. I'm starting to set up. Okay. Well, that's vague. I mean, give me a time, nigga. 9:30. Let me know. But you said that's why they count on us to protest them. Yeah, and this is what we have been. We've been society's doormat. We've been going out there. We've been crashing out for all of these protests. But what do we get? All of these other groups, they turn around and say, hey, kiss my derriere. You know what I mean? And just like I always say, right? Think of it like this, right? Let's just say, and I'm going to put it in graphic terms because then y'all will truly get this vivid picture, right? Self-preservation is the number one rule for survival. So imagine there's a Black dude, a white dude, an Asian dude, and a Hispanic dude, right? And all of y'all had ate some bubblicious burritos and the bubble guts was bubbling, right? So all of y'all had to go cop a squat and drop another number 2. But it was only a limited amount of toilet paper. So you know what? Hey, I got a bunch of toilet paper. And then you say, here's my white friend, Brad. I'm going to let him have a roll of toilet paper. And then I'm going to let my Asian friend have one. And I'm going to let my Hispanic friend have one. So everyone has a roll of toilet paper and everyone has wiped their behind. But guess what? You have no more toilet paper. So now you're left there with a shitty behind and no toilet paper. And those people are not going to say, hey, you helped us and you gave us your last rolls of tissue. They're going to look at you and say, damn, why you still got a shitty little booty, bruh? Like, you need to learn how to wash your ass. They're not going to accept the excuse like, hey, I would have washed my ass. I could have washed my ass, but I gave the tissue to you. That's not going to fly. They still going to look at you like, hey, you need to wash your behind. And that's how it is with everything. You go out there and protest all these other people's issues and you think, yeah, I'm protesting. And then when it comes time for them to stand up for you, they're like, I ain't standing up for you. Like, you on your own. You know what I mean? And they gonna treat you just like as the person who gave them that tissue. They needed to wipe their behind. You gave them your last roll of tissue. And now you there with some skid marks and they just talking about, that you got racetracks in your drawers. They ain't gonna tell the part that you helped them and you gave them your last roll of tissue because you were so loyal to them, right? They're not gonna say, hey, we know the Black community is at the bottom and they still chose to go out there and protest with us. They're not gonna say that. They're gonna say, hey, we didn't force you to protest with us. We didn't force you to give us your last roll of toilet tissue, right? So at the end of the day, self-preservation is the number one rule to survival. So just like I said with the tissue, right? Think of the tissue like the mask in the airplane. So when the plane is crashing, you could be sitting next to your mama. You could be sitting next to your wife or your hubby. They don't say put the mask, the oxygen mask on your hubby first. They say put it on yourself first because you have to preserve your life and able to protect someone else's life, right? And that's how it is with the tissue, right? Yeah, you may not want to see your friend walking around with a shitty booty, but hey, you got to wipe your own ass first. I'm just saying. But what the hell? The hood table? The corn husker herself slid through? What it do? I ain't seen you in a minute, the hood table. Appreciate you. And Big Rig. Okay, Big Rig got specific. Use a wet wipe. And shout out to Cameron. Get your wet wipes. Get your wet wipes. Now, it sounds funny, but yes, many people don't have a bidet, right? And some people, you know, I know Big Rig, if I'm not mistaken, I know Big Rig said he don't know if he can do that. Some people, they said they love the bidet, you know what I mean? Some people like Malik think just having a bidet is a pause moment, right? It's crazy how cleaning your ass could turn into a pause moment. Like, nigga, what are you thinking about? What's the alternative, right? So it's funny, right? If a nigga cleaning his ass is a pause moment, I don't get it, bro. Like, are you niggas allergic to niggas allergic to wiping? But yes, get the wet wipes. And please get the 2-ply. I don't know how cats be doing this. Some cats really be having the 1-ply and they like, it's a better deal. If you get the 1-ply, bro, you got to wrap like a whole thing around. You got to wrap damn near a whole roll around your hand. It looks almost like a mitten. Bro, that 1-ply ain't it, bro. 1-ply, all it takes is one wipe, and then next thing, you know, I'm just saying, you're gonna have a little special surprise. You're gonna have a handful. You know what I mean? You're gonna have a handful of some brownies. I'm just saying. No captivity. Oh, Tampon Timmy, what it do? I ain't seen Tampon in a minute. Where the hell you been, Tampon Timothy? Fingering themselves with 1-ply? Yeah. And like I said, then they come through, and like I said, they got a handful of brownies. You know, they got, you know, their fingernails go from clear to tan. I'm just saying, the hood table, don't let me find out you using that 1-ply. You got sons, so you bet not be using that 1-ply. The hood table, if you use 1-ply, I love you, but I might have to block you. Hey, send me. I had the sound effect, but I lost it. So you're going to have to send me that sound effect tonight so I could have queued it up. But yeah, here we go. I knew he'd only could. So Tampon Timmy, he's glad that Mello is locked up. This is a kind of low IQ, moist lunatic. But, you know, I appreciate Tampon Timmy. Sometimes his trolling is funny. Sometimes it's kind of dry and incoherent. She said, hell no, it's most definitely 2-ply over here. Okay, I was like, don't let me. I was this close to blocking you, the hood table, but now that you use that 2-ply, you are safe. Let's get back into it. That's what I was like, don't let me find that you the illest corn husker in Nebraska that use 1-ply. You said I had to hit Tim for 5 minutes. He'll be back. Yeah. Thanks, Big Rig. Cause like this dude he's a troll, and that's why his name is Tampon Timmy, because he's just a kind of moisturized maniac. But let's just get back into it. And just in case you tuned in, I'm talking about the deportations of the ending of the temporary protected status and the potential deportations of thousands of Haitians and Syrian migrants. And this is a reaction to the content creator, The Love Jones Show.
America, and I believe this started in 2010, the 2010s. So they've literally had 16 years to build something viable that they could take back home, because 250,000 people, that's a lot of people. And if all of them gathered all of the resources and the money and everything that they've been able to make while they were in the United States for over a decade, and they pulled that money together and they went back home and they, you know, built some type of community over there, it seems like they should fare well. Now, with all of the crime and everything that's going on over there, I could not imagine what it's like to live in a, you know, a place like that. Like, you know, a lot of them love to talk about Chicago and the mean streets of like Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah, and see, before, unfortunately, many of us have been subscribing to that what about black on black crime. And then it's one thing to say that, but then when we see like, okay, a lot of that black on black crime, it wasn't just black people. A lot of it was immigrant crime. So it's like, fine, foundational black American freedmen, we're not perfect little angels. We have a lot of issues, you know what I mean? But 'tis the season to hold your own filth. If we're cutting up in the streets, we need to be admonished for that. We need to be held accountable for that. I'm not being held accountable for what some non-citizen did. I'm not being held accountable for what someone on the African continent did. So that's what they try to do in mix. You notice how they always pivot. They'll be talking about black people and then they'll say, in African mud huts, huh? I never lived in a mud hut. No one in my family is from Africa or haven't been to Africa. So why are you trying to pivot and bring up Africa? You know what I mean? When they start talking about low IQs and all this stuff, they're measuring African IQs, and the whole IQ thing has been debunked. Most of that stuff is environmental. It's almost like chaining a junkyard dog up, but expecting that junkyard dog to act, behave, and comport himself like a little sweet lassie dog or Air Bud. No, they haven't been brought up in the same environment or conditions, so of course you're not going to have the same outcome. But they've done studies that show once you increase the environmental conditions, the the wholesome nutrition and stuff, IQ levels rise astronomically. So it's more about nature and nurture, you know what I mean? So being nurtured, but also having the natural environment that's conducive to success, you know what I mean? So they always try to do that, they'll try to pick some prominent white person and compare them to some poor African with their ribs touching in some anonymous village and try to say, see, this is a apples to apples representation. And Red 6 in the mix like Twix says, y'all remember when a Haitian girl called us a dirty black American? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Yeah, Roger Meadows brought that up earlier. Now, Roger Meadows says she might be on the hide. She might be on the hideout from the ice cream man. And I ain't talking about Yuck Mouth or Master P. I'm talking about that ice truck. So she dissed FBA and now she's running from ICE. It gets deeper. Let's get back into it.
But it is not compared. There's no comparison between what is happening in Chicago and New York City versus, and even in Cali, versus what we literally just saw in this clip that I played before.
And this is what I want to say. It's like, look, many of these immigrant groups, and it's not just melanated ones, it's them from all stripes of life, right? Some people will try to talk about our culture and degenerate and, hey, I come from a homeland where my culture, and then many people don't really look up their homeland. Many people in their homeland, most of their age of consent is for childhood marriages. Speaking of Japan, right? Japanese people are supposed to have superior culture. They're so smart. They're the model minorities. Did you know up until recently, the age of consent in Japan was 10 years old? So you can be a 50-year-old man and make love to a 10-year-old legally. You can be 60-year-old and make love to a 10-year-old legally in Japan. And it was just recently, years ago, that they upped the age to 13. So now you can be a 70-year-old man and make love to a 13-year-old woman legally. That's their culture. It's literally embedded and entrenched into their country's law, right? But they want to convince you, what about George Floyd and BLM? Okay, how did BLM affect your life? It didn't. How did George Floyd affect your life? It didn't. But you spent hours upon hours talking about how disgusting and degenerate it was. But you don't think it's degenerate that certain Asian countries have a very low threshold of the age of consent? And it's not just Asian countries, Nigeria too. Nigeria, an African nation. Their age of consent is around 12 or 13 years old as well. There's a lot of child brides. There's a lot of child exploitation, a lot of child trafficking. Whose culture is that? So you can't try to say because one dude from Chicago did a drive-by, the entire black community has to answer for it. But then when I say, hey, well, there were multiple pedos in your community in your country, but suddenly no one has to answer for that. And hey, you can't generalize all of us. So you generalize us based on a handful of knuckleheads that do crime. But it's not just a handful of knuckleheads that are fondling these young kids. It's not just a handful of knuckleheads that are trafficking kids. It's a well-oiled machine. How is that not a culture, right? What Black American illicit massage parlors have you ever known, right? Illicit massage parlors are are associated typically with a particular racial and ethnic demographic. Ask yourself what demographic that is. It's not a foundational Black American. So whose culture is that? When you look at who's the plug, right? They love to paint Black people as the face of crime. Who do you think actually distributes more drugs? Black people or Asian people? Asian people have access to shipping yards and shipping ports. Black people don't. When you look at the violence in crime, right? Who is literally more violent? The Crips and Bloods or the Colombian cartel? The Mexican cartel? MS-13, Tren de Aragua. So it's framed as gang culture is Black culture. Okay, if gang culture is Black culture, but the Latino gangs are bigger. The Latino gangs are more organized. The Latino gangs are more violent. No, but that's not Latino culture. Huh? How does this make sense? The Black gangs are smaller. That's Black culture. The Black gangs are less violent. That's Black culture. The Latinos are more violent, but no, you can't generalize them. You can't say that that's Latino culture. Okay, don't take my word for it. Look it up. 7 of the 10 most dangerous cities in the entire world, in the entire globe, are in Latin America. 7 out of 10. That means 70%. That would mean the majority. 70% of the most violent cities and places in the entire world are in Latin America. Should I generalize that as a Latino violence problem? No. You can't generalize them. Most Black people don't commit crime. Most Black people haven't killed anybody. But because there are some Black people that kill people, we have to put that on the entire community? Fine. I say continue to generalize us, continue to stereotype us, hit us with all of the disgusting tropes. But you know what? I'm going to do the same thing. All slurs matter. All stereotypes matter. So because we've been used to being calling low IQ, sub-Saharan, savage niggers and lazy, right? We used to that. So continue calling us that, because that will just be us brushing dirt off our shoulder, because we've heard that for decade after decade. But then when I start bringing up your culture and the degeneracy and debauchery in your culture, suddenly you don't like that. Then it turns into stop Asian hate. Okay, it turns into xenophobia, and y'all just don't like Africans and Caribbeans. No, it's not even that. You know, we can take it, but we also could dish it out too. And M-Dub, who is an Asian, so this is a Asian speaking from an Asian perspective, says Asians distribute more drug than FBAs. Of course, right? First of all, they say that we're too stupid and disorganized. So we're too stupid to cook the drugs, and we're too stupid to distribute the drugs. So clearly it's not us being the plug, but guess who they don't say is too stupid to distribute them? They don't say Asians are too stupid. They also don't say that Asians are unorganized. So Asians are organized. Asians do have the infrastructure, intelligence, and acumen to distribute drugs. And rather than focus on the supplier, you want to focus on the nickels and dimers. He sold an ounce to his whole people. Yeah, but what about the people who sold 2 pounds, right? You want to focus on the thug that did a drive-by. The thug was held accountable. The thug was locked up and given multiple years. Was the gun manufacturer held accountable? No. You said 8, not 7. I don't know what you was talking about, Roger, but let's get back into the video.
Before I started speaking, like, it's completely 2 different worlds. So I'm not going to sit up here and like make fun and be like, oh yeah, you know, go back, whatever, whoop-de-whoop. My whole thing is like, I've had conversations with a lot of Haitians that have come onto my platform when I've done my live streams, and they've, you know, talked a bunch of shit and basically said that they were better and they were warriors and they're the reasons why we're liberated because of 1804. And I'm just like, well, if you guys are that, you have way more resources now. Like, all of you all are, they say they rich, they got the degrees, they're doing so much better. It's so y'all should really be able to make some shit shake. I mean, you all, the ones that have been here for over a decade, plus the ones that were here before then, I'm sure you have more than enough resources to pull together to create a little utopia in Haiti, to be quite frank. My heart does go out to those who really have no options and are not going to be able to survive if they go back over there, because once again, I am human, I have empathy, and I don't wish that on anybody. But for the arrogant ones that's always talking shit, like, and making it seem like we wouldn't be shit without Haiti, and it's just a lot to unpack with that type of mindset. But for those ones, this now is your chance. It's your time to shine. Show us that you're warriors. Show us that you're builders. Show us that you're the first and the best to ever do it. Like, show us. Now is the best time to put on for your country, to put on for the people that you left behind. What y'all think about this? Sound off in the comments below. Spread love is the Brooklyn way.
So shout out to Love Jones. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready to pull up the other video. But Roger says, Colima, Mexico, Duran, Ecuador, Cuidad, Obregon, Cajeme, Mexico, Mexico, Zacatecas, Mexico, Manta, Ecuador, Tijuana, Mexico, Guayaquil, Ecuador, Michala, Ecuador. I said 8, not 7. Oh, so Roger was correcting me. So I said 7 out of the 10 most dangerous cities and locations in the entire globe were in Latin America. Roger corrected me and said it was 8. So I said it was 70%, but it actually is 80%. So 8 out of 10 of the top most dangerous, most violent places in the entire world are in Latin America. How is that not Latin culture? Right? But me saying that, no, you can't generalize them, but they can generalize Black people all day. You can generalize the entire community and the entire population based on less than 1% of the population, right? So imagine if we had our own country as a result of being free. The whole country was a no-go. We'd be failures. Haiti, sit your asses down. Well, this is another thing too. Let me bring this up too, because I just want to be, and like I said, I'm a humanitarian, so I love people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds. It's just, I'm a foundational Black American freedman, so I have to protect my lineage. My family fought, bled, and died here. They didn't fight in any wars in Africa. Salute to anybody that did, but all of these people that come over here, when they have African and Caribbean ancestry, I mean, what wars didn't any of them fight in? Not to say that they didn't, but just ask them, right? We fought in every war here, right? No other group can say that. And we're supposed to give all of our credit to Africa, a place that I've never been and probably will never go, not just because I hate Africa. It's just I love my country. Maybe I'll go, but it's just not an obligation to me. I have too much to build here. I have too much that I've already built here in the past and that I'm working on building presently. And we've just been culturally and ethnically ostracized, and is attempting to be a ethnic erasure. One thing I like about Lola, and even I'll shout out Malik too, right? Baltimore has a distinct accent, and people will kind of laugh. Oh man, we know you from Baltimore because the way you say you and true, you know what I mean? The way you say you know what I mean? Like, we know that, right? There's nothing African about a Baltimore accent. And there was just some backlash from this David Oulo dude, whatever this dude's name is. I think he's like some Nigerian Brit. He came over here and saying, man, an American down south accent is just a Nigerian accent slowed down with some subservience on it. Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? Bro, I've never heard no Nigerian sound like someone from the deep south. I've never heard a Nigerian sound like someone from Memphis. And if they were trying to sound like them. It didn't come natural. There's nothing wrong. People love hearing people with accents. We don't like people with accents trying to pretend to have a FBA type of twang, which is why a lot of people didn't like Kamala. Kamala Harris, when she's around white people, hi, my name is Kamala Harris and I'm married to Doug Emhoff. But then when she gets around black people, you about to thank a union member? Huh? Where did all of this shit come from? AOC did the same thing. AOC is married to her little white Brad, her white zaddy. Nothing wrong with that. She gets around the whites and she's like, hi, my name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I married a white man. Right? Fine. But then she gets around black people and she's saying, it ain't nothing wrong if you a janitor. It ain't nothing wrong if you a rapper. It ain't nothing wrong if you a maid. I was like, where the hell did this accent come from? She's pretending. Many of these people are pretending to have our accent. There's nothing African about our accent, and that's fine. I want to hear people like Michael Blackson. Man, what is this shit, nigga? Like that's funny, right? It's not funny that he has an accent. It's funny that he's using his accent to be funny. We respect other people's culture and accent. We don't respect people tethering and try to pretend. It's like, bruh, just be yourself. I like you for being yourself. I don't like you trying to pretend to be me. It's just getting like, you know, it's giving extremely desperate, right? But to try to pretend like a Baltimore accent. Okay, if Baltimore accent is so African, point to me the African nation where they say you and you and what it do. Like where do they do that at? I haven't heard nobody in Senegal talk like that. I haven't heard no one in Burkina Faso talk like that. So everything we do, we gotta give it to Africa. But I'm like, this shit had nothing to do with Africa. Our dances and stuff. Oh, yeah, you got your rhythm from Africa. No, I didn't. There's no Africans doing the dances we do. And if they do it after after they copy us. Africans typically do tribal dances, which requires multiple people in the tribe to do a synchronized dance. That ain't what we do. That's not our culture. It's not. It's like a nigga Crip walked in the hood. You owe that to Africa. How? Ain't no fucking niggas Crip walking around zebras and cheetahs and shit. Like, it just didn't happen, bruh. I'm just tired of this ethnic and cultural erasure. Those days are over. We might be related, Easy. My father's maternal great-grand last name was Friedman. Oh, wow. You know what? That's why I knew I liked Lola. Cousin Lola. You say you ain't lying about that. We can't say Aaron, earned, and iron and earn. Every word sounds the exact same. And that's what I'm saying. We love a Baltimore accent. We clown it in. It's kind of like something like Big Rig talks about this. The people from down south, they be clowning on Cali people. Because they say, man, y'all be saying shit too proper, you know what I mean? And then some of us be like, well, shit, nigga, y'all hella country with it, you know what I mean? But nobody say, nobody says you sound hella African proper or you sound hella country and proper. Like, these accents are cultivated based on the environment. There's no environment in Africa where they sound like that. It just doesn't. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, I love Baltimore accents because it's a staple of America. There's nothing African about it at all. Kamala Harris code switch her accent so that she sounds authentic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You better thank a union member. Us like, come on, Kamala, you don't talk like that. When we ask for reparations, they all of a sudden know how to speak proper all of a sudden. Yeah. Hey, man, I told you it will be a doozy. I'm trying to, Big Rig. I'm trying to tone down the temperature. I'm just saying. African trying to jump on the popular train, but it's too late. Yeah, it is. And see, go back and watch some of these movies. When we was kids, we didn't really look at it. Look at that movie Sugar Hill. There was a scene in there where the African didn't want to do business with Wesley because he said, "We do not do business with the Akata." And now they try to frame like the Akata, which the Akata is trying to say, y'all don't know who y'all are. It's a stray cat. It's basically a lost, cultureless cat. They're trying to frame and act like Akata means something good, but no, it doesn't. They have all of these pejorative terms for us. They just don't expect us to know them. Akata is one. Jareer is one. Abid means slave. That's another one. Even when they call us Yankee, they're saying it in a derogatory term and stuff. And before, a lot of us just have let this stuff slide because we all black, you know what I mean? We've been practicing this flat blackness, but guess what? If you got a cousin that's acting foul, you check your cousin. Some people check their own mama. So if people are willing to challenge and check their own mama, why the hell do you think I'm gonna let somebody come from a underdeveloped nation and try to boss me around or try to talk down to me? It's not happening. You know what I mean? Because all of these people, they love to talk about, oh, y'all got baby mama culture. You don't want to do that. If you look at Jamaica, rife with paternity fraud. If you look at Nigeria, rife with paternity fraud. And again, this is not to disparage or denigrate, but I fight fire with fire. I don't fight fire with water. I don't fight fire with the fork. I fight fire with more fire. I fight fire with an inferno. So I'm just saying, if you can't stand the heat, get out the kitchen. And if you can't stand the heat, keep them zips lit, because this ain't about hate. This is about straightening. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for everything. And my ancestors didn't fight, bleed, and die just to let someone immigrate here and disrespect me. And you can't immigrate into a lineage. You can go to China right now. You can immigrate there and you can stay there for 30 years. And guess what? They'll say, yeah, you're a Chinese citizen, but you ain't Chinese. You can't immigrate into being Chinese. You can't immigrate into a lineage. If you right now, as a foundational Black American freedom, and move to Jamaica and you live there for 50 years, just because you're a citizen doesn't make you Jamaican. You can't immigrate into a lineage. I actually thought Lola would have a different perspective. You know what? I am extremely shocked. You know, as a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to have to mod Lola up. Lola, let me play some more of this video. Lola, you have impressed me. I'm going to have to put Lola in blue. Now, Lola, I know I won't be seeing you too often, but I will put you in blue. Okay? So, Lola, I appreciate you for coming through. So and she put the blue hearts too. So Lola is Lola-ly. Lola-ing. You said Jiddle Utes, Bible of Utes, Jiddle Yang on the Diddle Yang, Baltimore. And I would have to concur. Lola is the shit. Like Mr. Hanky. Oh, damn, I missed her. I missed it. The Florida fam. Sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond. I missed that you was in the building. Salute to the Florida fam. So yeah, just stick around, Lola. I'm about to play this other video, but I do need you to, like, I'm gonna mod you up. I just want to play this other video real quick. So just give me uno momento, and I'm gonna pull this up. And this is carrying on with Trump ends TPS, and we gonna break this down.
Our culture. I was born in Haiti, and I want to represent my country in every way. I feel like America don't give us a fair chance to show us our culture.
Right call. You know, I've been doing this since 1984. TPS has never been temporary. That's why the whole statute exists. Temporarily give people protection while the country's in turmoil or after they suffer a hurricane. But the problem is no administration have had the guts to actually follow that statute. President Trump has the guts to follow the law. So temporary means temporary. When the condition of that country gets better, they need to go home. There are millions of people standing in line want to be part of the greatest nation on earth.
It's crazy how the gatekeepers of Blackness will extend the branch of blackness to everyone but the people who are black. So they trying to tell me because my mom is Haitian, I'm not black. Right? Crazy.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure.
And this is from the Brody Water God TV. I think my bro was out in New Orleans, so salute to the G Water God. And he always talks about wealth, health, and a better understanding of self. So appreciate the bro. So let's get into this.
Blackness will extend the branch of blackness to everyone but the people who are black. So they trying to tell me because my mom is Haitian, I'm not black. Right? Crazy.
Actually, it's not crazy, but I'm gonna get into it because I did want to get into the chat because I didn't want to leave y'all. You said Wesley beat him down in the movie too. Frank Nitti put it on for the bitty. Frank Nitti, what you know about the Sugar Hill? But Frank Nitti, do you remember that? They was all calling us all types of akatas and stuff. Don't want to do business. Do not date the akata. They never say do not date the white man. They'll say do not date the akata. They'll talk about baby mama culture. I'm like, bruh, you fled your homeland. You left a bunch of kids back there. Some would call them bastard children. I'm not calling them that, but some would call them that. And then so sometimes many people, they immigrate here and they like, oh, I have 3 kids. Yeah, you got 3 kids in America, but you got 5 kids at home. What, you just forgot about those kids in your homeland? No. So many people that come here, they come with a clean slate. If somebody was a criminal in their homeland, they come here, their criminal record doesn't transfer here. If someone had failing credit in their homeland, they come over here. It's not transferred here. They get a new line of credit here. They get a clean slate. And then they say, hey, we haven't committed any crime. Yeah, not here. You came with a long rap sheet. You were a thug in your homeland. And now you're trying to act like you're just on the straight and narrow here. Like, okay. And Sunlight says Baltimore and New Orleans are the most obvious. Yeah, they do have very pronounced accents. And we love them. No one listens to a New Orleans. And just like, other people will say New Orleans and we say New Orleans. Some people say Florida or Florida and we say Florida, right? There's nothing African about those particular accents. Those accents are forged and cultivated on this very soil. Right. So people just got to stop pretending everything we do and say we owe it to Africa. No, we don't. People tend to forget Holman worked for Obama. Yes. And Obama was considered the deporter in chief. And like I said, both parties are the same. They praised Holman. They loved Holman because they knew that he was effective at his job. He was the one to get the job done. Now they're trying to pretend as if he's Adolf reincarnated. They're trying to act like he's just, the leader of the Gestapo. Like, no, he's not. You said Sugar Hill was a classic. You said they do believe in their kids. Yes, but we're supposed to not pretend. We're supposed to pretend as if this doesn't happen. So no, we're not just going to just take the disrespect. Unfortunately, many of our parents and grandparents just sat back and just let the disrespect fester. And on top of that, also the numbers weren't as astronomical as they are now, because the most immigrants, they came after the year 2000, right? So when people were talking about Jim Crow, debt peonage, sharecropping, convict leasing, many of these people, they have no history to it because they immigrated here after that. And there is no issue with immigrants. We don't care what color you are, what country you come from. All we're saying is respect us. We were the only ones fighting to make a lane for you to come here. All of these people, right? They'll try to act like America's, such a racist country, which it is, but like, it's racist, but like we fought to change the conditions here. Many of these people come over here and tell us that we talk about racism too much. So then we say, you know what? Actually, we do talk about racism too much. So we ain't just going to say nothing. Then they say, ICE out. Where are all the blacks? It's like, nah, the ICE ain't being racist. Y'all said we talk about race too much, but now they want us to talk about race. They say we talk about white supremacy too much, but now they want us to talk about white supremacy. They would say we talk about Jim Crow and slavery too much, but now they want us to tie Jim Crow and slavery to immigrants, to LGBT and trans and all this other stuff. They got some trans people that can't go to a men's bathroom and they say, this just like Jim Crow. Okay, what? Trans people are being lynched. And then all you hear is crickets.
But they will call biracials black. They will put black on Dominicans and Puerto Ricans, and they scream loud and proud they aren't black. But you're trying to tell Haitians, mind you, Haiti was the first black nation. You're trying to tell Haitians, Nigerians.
What does that even mean when they say Haiti was the first black nation? Like seriously, like what does that mean? Because they'll try to say, hey, you know, life started in Africa, you know, Egyptians, you know, Nubians, all these other people were black, but these were all other so-called black people who had thriving nations, which is where the whole we was kangs come from. So you're telling me that those weren't black nations, but Haiti was? And then they say, oh, well, we had black in our constitution, but then when you look, it's like it didn't even use the word black. Tell me what word you use. Well, we used a different word, but that word translates into black. Well, say you were the word that you use. I don't want to hear the translation term, because remember, you're not, you know, you're not American, right? You're Haitian, right? So use your terminology. So this whole, there was the first black nation, I mean, that's kind of debatable. I don't, you know, I think it's just kind of an irrelevant point, but let's get back into it.
Jamaicans, etc. We're not black?
And this is where it gets annoying, because now people are trying to act confused. Yeah, what they're saying when they say you're not black, because this where some people get confused, and it's rather pathetic that they get confused because they always talk about how high their IQs are, right? So when we're looking at the term black, right? Black is our ethnonym. Now, it could be viewed as a racial category, but the racial appropriate category and title is Negroid. And they try to say, hey, well, Negro translates to black, so we all black and all this other stuff. There's a difference between being racially black and ethnically black. People have always understood this, but now they're trying to pretend like they don't know, simply because people like reaping the benefits of blackness, because blackness is associated with foundational black American freedmen. We are the culture bearers. We are the standard of blackness. You don't have to like it. You can have disdain, but that is the truth. If you think of a prominent black actor, you're going to think of a black American actor, i.e. Denzel, Morgan Freeman, Forrest Whitaker, Samuel Jackson, something like that. If you think of a prominent athlete, it's going to be a black American athlete across the most popular sports. Basketball, it's going to be somebody like LeBron James, Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? Boxing is going to be somebody like Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson. Right? You can go down the list. It doesn't mean that there's not great Nigerian boxers, but when you think of an actor, you just don't think of a Nigerian actor first. You don't. And some people have a bit of a disdain that, hey, well, why do they get to be the standard bearers? It's like, well, why don't you stay in Nigeria and build up Nigeria and make Nigeria the standard for blackness? You can't be Nigerian or Senegalese or from any other country, then try to immigrate here and then try to usurp the hierarchy of blackness. Now, you can argue that there shouldn't be a hierarchy of blackness, but the thing is, it's a social construct, right? So it's about what's socially popular, what's socially accepted, you know, what's socially viable, what's socially profitable. And what's socially profitable is the black American currency, which is why people want to see stories about black American stories, right? Even if it's a degenerate story, even if it's a hood story, it's a hood story in black America. They have hoods in Africa. Why don't they bring an African hood story and put it on the mainstream in America? Because Americans don't want to see it. And even so-called African Americans don't want to see it, which is why the Black Brits and all the Africans, they come over and they cosplay and they get the roles to play us. There's not a push to have more African-centered roles. It's to have Africans play the roles but pretend as if they're Black American, dumb down their accent, practice so they can hide their accent. How about you just get a Black American that doesn't have an accent? Oh, no. We'll get a British person who talks like Cheerio. Would you like a spot of tea? We'll get him and we'll act like he's a thug from Baltimore. Like, you could just get a thug from Baltimore. Actually, there's plenty of prominent actors in Baltimore. You know what I mean? But this is the world we live in. But the thing is, people are trying to pretend it wasn't ancient history. All of these groups, it wasn't just Dominicans. I know Black, Papi. They were saying, I'm not Black, I'm Haitian. I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian. I'm Black, I'm Igbo. They thought that Blackness was too vague. I can pull up the articles. I can pull up various videos because they thought that being African was too vague. That's why they don't call themselves African. They say, yeah, I'm Nigerian. Nigeria is in Africa, but they don't limit themselves to a flat Blackness. They don't limit themselves to being a flat African or a generic African. They are about ethnic and cultural specificity, and there's no problems with that. The only problems arise when foundational Black Americans say, hey, salute to you, salute to my Nigerian brothers and sisters. I'm not going to try to claim Nigeria, even if I may have a similar phenotype to some people in Nigeria. That doesn't mean that I'm Nigerian. But on the flip side, some Nigerians will be like, hey, we have similar levels of melanin, and hey, you got a big nose, I got a big nose, so we the same. No, we're not. I mean, leopards and jaguars have a similar nose structure, but a jaguar is not a leopard. Let's get back into it.
Help me understand the logic, because I don't understand.
But now, since we've been on our delineation and we've been on trying to, take care of us, a lot of people have been upset because we don't consider them Black.
So you have people out here that are only supporting Black American-owned businesses. I just saw this girl promoting her nail shop, and she has an accent. She's African, I think from the Congolese or whatever the case is. Her shop is right here.
And then just really think about this. They're delineating right there. She called this other lady African. So really think about how stupid this is, right? I'm a foundational Black American. And there's this concerted effort to try to make us a generic African. But when you go to Africa, when you're on the continent of Africa, guess what they call you? Guess what they identify you as? American. So Africans on the continent of Africa call you American. But while I'm in my homeland of America, I'm supposed to call myself African? How does this make any sense? It really doesn't. And then think about this. They want us to call ourselves African American, which don't ever call me that. I've never used that term. I've been labeled that. I've been classified as that. I've never conceded to that term. I've never used that term. But let's just go with that, right? If I'm an African American and she's just calling these other people African, so what are they? African? Okay, she's from Senegal. She's an African. But I'm from here. I'm an African American. It doesn't make any sense. You know who's an African American? Elon Musk. You know who else is an African American? Charlize Theron. Dave Matthews from the Dave Matthews Band is an African American. French Montana, who is some Moroccan Arab Muslim, he's African American. He's African because Morocco is in Africa, and he's an American citizen. You put two and two together, African American. The New York mayor, Zoran Mamdani, who's an Indian. He's an Indian who was born in Uganda. And guess what? When he tried to get into college, he called himself an African American. And he said it made sense. I'm an Indian born in Uganda, so I'm African. And then he's an American citizen. So you put two and two together, you have an African American. But guess what he can't say? He can't say that he's a foundational Black American. He can't say that he's a freedman. And I know some people try to say, I'm an American descendant of slave or descendant of slave. That's not even codified enough. Because did you know Mexico Mexico was a slave colony. Puerto Rico was a slave colony. So there's plenty of people that were descendant of slaves, but you're not a foundational Black American. You're a descendant of slaves from another foreign land, right? So you have your own rich history, your own lineage. Stop trying to tether leech to minds, right? You said Africans are so steeped in delineation, they don't even intermarry between tribal groups within Africa. And this is why it is very disgusting, because they come over here and talk about, oh, why y'all being divisive? Delineation, that's just division. No, it's not. Did you know on the continent of Africa, 54 countries, over 3,000 tribes, 2,000 different dialects? Does that sound united to you? They're living next to people within a 20-mile radius, and they're not calling them their brother. They're not saying we all Black. Yoruba is not saying we all the same. They're saying, no, we're not the same. You're Yoruba and I'm Igbo. Hausa is not saying, hey, we're all the same. No, we're not the same. You're Hausa. But then they come over here and then we're supposed to all be the same, right? No, we're not. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's like getting a bunch of dogs in the kennel and saying they're all the same. No, that's a Dalmatian over there. That's a pit bull right there. That's a Saint Bernard. That's a German Shepherd. They all dogs. They all the same. No, they're not. A tangerine, an orange, and a grapefruit, they're all citrus fruits. So they're the same. No, a grapefruit is not an orange. Just as well as a foundational Black American freedman is not a Jamaican. I didn't grow up eating jerk chicken, nodding curry, curried goat, a goosey soup, fufu, none of that. Not knocking it. I'm just saying it's not part of my culture. I'm not going to pretend that it is. And then when you go over to these places, right? They don't cook the cornbread like you. They don't cook the mac and cheese like you. They don't cook the greens like you, because they don't have access to all of these spices, herbs, and all this different stuff. That's what shapes your cuisine, is the cultural environment that you're in, right? I've never eaten bushmeat. I didn't grow up eating that. Shout out to the people that do. But, you know, I'm just sick of this game where people are trying to pretend like, oh, Black Americans, y'all are divisive and all this other stuff. Like, and then this is all they keep hanging their head on. Y'all called us African booty scratchers. No, you weren't called an African booty scratcher. Nobody has said that since like the 90s. And people really wasn't saying that to Africans. I didn't go to school with a bunch of Africans. I really didn't. I went to school with a handful of Africans, and we treated the Africans just like we treated each other. And some Africans would be like, I got bullied. Okay, you got bullied because you were musty, not because you were African. You got bullied because you was dressing janky. And guess what? They got bullied, and it wasn't really bullying. It was just really clowning and playing the dozens. We clown on each other. One time my mom cut my hair, and it was a janky haircut. Guess what? They clowned me. They didn't clown me because I was Black. They clowned me because I had a janky haircut. When my shoes was janky, I got clowned. And guess what? I start hustling. I start doing what I needed to do, and I got my shoe game up. The same thing with all of these musty cats. Hey, you was musty. People start clowning them. Then they start wearing deodorant. Nobody was clowning you because you were an African. They clowned you because you were musty, because your hair was nappy. They would have clowned a Black person for being musty. They would have clowned a Black person for having busted shoes. So, and most people that are saying this, I'm like, nigga, you're 50. Why are you talking about someone called you an African booty scratcher when you were 6? It's bewildering. Let's just say that. And then this lady is over here mad, like, she's mad at Black Americans for wanting to support Black American businesses, but no one tells this to Asians, right? Why is it called Chinatown? Chinese people are Asians. Why don't they call it Asia Town? No, it's called Chinatown. Now everyone could go, but they're letting you know that this is ethnically for Chinese economic advancement. Why do they have a Koreatown? Why isn't it called Asia Town? No, they have a Chinatown that's separate from Koreatown. They have a Japantown that's separate from Koreatown. They have a little Vietnam separate from all of these other. And all of these places are racially, ethnically Asian, but they want to preserve their ethnic and cultural sovereignty. But with us, we have to pretend that we all Black. And then think about this. If we all Black, why would there need to a need for little Haiti? Think about this. You'll move into a black neighborhood or a black adjacent neighborhood and try to transform it into your homeland. This isn't Haiti. This isn't Cuba. This isn't China. So we supposed to be all black, but yet you come to a black neighborhood and want to turn it into Little Haiti. You come to a black neighborhood and say, hey, this is Little Senegal. Why would it need to be Little Senegal? I thought we were all Africans. No, when they do that, they're delineating. And that's okay. Just don't have an issue when we do it. And then they're getting mad. Y'all can't gatekeep blackness. Yes, we can. We were the ones. What did James Brown say? Say it loud. I'm what? And I'm proud. He didn't say it loud. I'm African and I'm proud. Say it loud. I'm African American and I'm proud. He said, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Look at all of our schools. Historically, is it historically African colleges or is it historically black colleges? When we were talking about black power, was it African power or was it black power? We were the ones standing on black business. Same thing with the civil rights, right? We were fighting to uplift everybody, and all these other groups were fighting for ethnic specific things. They talk about Cesar Chavez. Cesar Chavez fought for Chicano rights. We were fighting for civil rights to uplift everybody. He's fighting for Chicano rights to uplift his specific nation. We were the leading victims of hate crimes, and then we have Asians talking about stop Asian hate. They didn't say stop all hate. They didn't say all hate matters. They didn't say stop people of color hate. They said stop Asian hate. And we were the leading victims of hate crime. So all of these other groups delineate. All of these other groups are about ethnic and cultural specificity when it comes to political and cultural advancement. They just want us to be society's political doormat where everybody just piss and poops on us and we don't say anything about it. No, those days of docility are over.
Legal entity doing things Congolese or whatever the case is. Her shop is right here. Legal entity doing things legally, right? She came here legally. She's opened her business, doing her thing. And the comments are like, oh, well, it's not Black American owned, so I'm not supporting it. So now we're picking and choosing what Black owned businesses to support because they're not Black American owned. Like, are y'all slow?
Okay, so y'all saw the disrespect. Are y'all slow? And then again, she's saying we. And see, before we was just looking at everybody with a little drop of. And then when we say, oh, okay, they Black just like us. But now when people are just making these outlandish comments and saying we and us and we, hey.
Who is we? Who is we?
And what is wrong with ethnic specificity for your support? Now, we don't mind supporting everyone else, but this is the thing. It just doesn't make any sense. They'll say that Black people are failing. Black people are at the bottom. Black people have fatherless homes. Black people have a bunch of Black women in bonnets twerking. Black people have a bunch of deadbeat dads. Black people have a bunch of diseases. Black people are broke. Okay, let's just say that that's true. How the hell are we going to fix all of that stuff by worried about every other community? What about fatherless homes? Okay, how is me worried about Gaza gonna help fatherless homes? What about Black on Black crime? Okay, how is me focused on Ukraine gonna help Black on Black crime? What about pulling our resources together? How could we pull our resources together if I'm always at the Asian nail shop, at the Arab 7-Eleven, at the Mexican taqueria? How are we pulling our resources together, right? So when we say, you know what, we need to be like the other communities, we need to pull our resources together. We need to uplift our own. In order to do that, we need to make a concerted effort to spend with foundational Black American businesses, right? That's who they say is at the bottom. So in order for us to get off of the bottom, we need to help enrich and uplift each other. You can't get your community off the bottom by enriching everyone else, right? If I say, man, you know what I mean? I want Big Rig's shop to make some, let's just say Big Rig had a car shop and I wanted Big Rig's car shop to thrive. How could Big Rig's car shop if I'm always going to the Mexican car shop down the street and giving them money? Right? No hatred towards them. I'm just saying it's about ethnic and cultural survival. because this is what these groups are trying to do, right? They say, it's la raza. We're just trying to survive. Okay. Hey, I tip my hat to you. You're trying to hold it down for your community so that you survive. Well, it's the survival of the fittest, not the survival of the nicest. You're trying to be hella nice. Oh man, let me go buy some tacos so I can be nice. No, how about you go make some tacos at your house so you can save money? And then when you do have some money, go get some tacos from a black person. Doesn't mean you hate the Mexican person selling tacos. It just means that the Mexicans should support the Mexicans and the blacks should support the blacks. Because think about this. The blacks are supporting the Latinos, but the Latinos ain't supporting the blacks. So Latinos support Latinos, blacks support Latinos, but no Latinos support blacks. No Asians support blacks. No whites support blacks. And I mean in a large concentrated numbers. There will be individual allies here and there, but collectively, no. These people are competing with us. You're in a race war. What is the objective of a race? In a perfect world, in a utopia, the objective would be, hey, we're in a race, and how about we slow down so that we can cross the race and the finish line at the same time? But that's not what people are trying to do. People are trying to obliterate you in the race. People want to lap you in a race, right? And that's what you're dealing with in terms of the racial social construct. People are putting their race and ethnicity first, right? Which is why there's no black businesses in Chinatown. Right. But they say, hey, you guys are minorities and people of color. OK, so shouldn't we be collaborating with Chinese people? It's not that we don't want to. It's the Chinese people don't want anything to do with us. They'll take our money. It's an extraction process. They'll take our money, but it's at a distance. Yeah, they'll take our money, but they don't want to live next to us. They don't want you marrying their family. It's just hurry up and buy. And that's how all these groups are collectively. Not the individual. There may be some individual taquerias that you love. You said, well, where's John? I don't know. I asked John when he was going live. He didn't give me an exact time. So, I'm going to play a little bit more of this until, John is about to get ready. You said, hold up, rewind. Your mom cut your hair. I'm imagining how that went down. Mom want to go to the barber. Come here, baby. I'll cut your hair. Mama going to give you a good haircut. Oops. Don't worry about that, baby. No one will notice. Now you go outside and make yourself some friends at school. Love you, baby. Come give mama some sugar. Roger, you were pretty spot on. And peep this, right? So there was something called like a bowl cut where like so you know how there's a bald fade, right? Some people would get a cut, but it would be like it looked like a bowl. It's really like what some of the Latinos get, which is called like an Edgar type haircut, right? So my mom gave me such a janky haircut, bro. I didn't even have a bowl. It was a plate, bro. It damn near was like a mohawk, bro. I was over there looking like, damn near was lightweight looking like Mr. T, bro. And you know what? I had to get into a fight. See, some cats was clowning me. That's how it was, bro. They was clowning me, not because I was black, you know what I mean? Not because I was a young man. They clowned me because I had a janky haircut. And you know what? I had to, give somebody that sweet chin music, and then I didn't get clowned no more. But after that, I was like, hell to the no, mom, you are not cutting my hair. I don't care if I got to go cut some grass, if I got to deliver some newspapers. And after that, mom's never cut my hair again. I just couldn't do it. I was like, I'd rather go with the Mr. Clean Baldy than have that plate. Bro, it was many. And this was before like Mohawks was in. Like Mr. T could pull off the Mr. T because he was Mr. T. Oh, Red 6. Damn, Red 6. Damn, not my nigga, Red 6, bro. Hey, Red 6, I gotta hit you.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
Bruh, I wish I had a chili bowl, bro. I had a chili plate. Bruh, it was wild, bruh. But like I said, I got into a fight. And after that, mom's never cut my hair again. I think she did, but I was like, moms, I'll just go with the baldy. So for like it was a couple cycles, I just went with the straight bald head. Luckily, I don't got one of those like hook heads, you know what I mean? I got like a circular head, so it's not like, one of those alien, like Sam Cassell, Alien versus Predator heads, you know what I mean? But yeah, after that, I had to go with the baldy, bruh. And then I was, I had to play it off. Hey, I'm just a fan of Jordan. I'm a fan of Barkley. Hey, I love me some Shaq, man. I'm inspired by Shaq until I can get the money to go get a taper fade. But yeah, bro, those was the times, bro. Man, that Mohawk, it went the one. It was before the Mohawks got popular, bro. So bro. Man, I had to kind of fight for my life, bro. And then peep this, I couldn't holler at no chicks, bro. Like, bruh, man, y'all don't know, the struggle was real, bro. It wasn't the business having a 90s and a Mohawk in the 90s, unless you was like a white, like Red Hot Chili Peppers, 9 Inch Nails type. It was cool for you, but for the brothers, a Mohawk, there's like, nigga, what are you doing? But let's get back into it though. But yeah, y'all took me back with that one, bruh. I had a little traumatic experience.
I don't know what's the problem with this, because when you in your cultures, and this specifically for like Nigeria,
Trump's rhetoric has made life tough.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
As Haitians, we've been through so much adversity politically. The agenda that was made against us when it came to eating animals, all the false narratives that was painted upon us as people.
I was born in Haiti, and I want to represent my country in every way. I feel like America don't give us a fair chance to show us our culture.
At this Haitian restaurant,
See, this is where you lose me. Like, what the hell are you talking about? America doesn't give you a fair chance to highlight your culture, bro. Do y'all know what month it is? It's literally Caribbean American month. Is this the Caribbean? No, this is the United States of America. But remember, this is a melting pot. This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. You know what I mean? You know all the BS rhetoric. Fine. You have a whole Caribbean American month. So what are you talking about that America doesn't really showcase? They have enclaves where they're called Little Haiti. Last time I checked, this is America. This isn't Haiti. Right? I see a bunch of Haitians flying the Haitian flag. That's not an American flag. That's a Haitian flag. So I don't get what you're saying. Like, America doesn't allow you to be this. Like, no, all the stuff that they're doing in America, if you're in Haiti, you wouldn't be allowed to do that. If you were in Haiti, do you think that you can just recklessly fly an American flag? Do you think that you can take a Haitian holiday and try to Americanize it? But that's what they do with ours. Juneteenth is about foundational Black American history. First of all, it's about the state of Texas, the city of Galveston, and the lineage of foundational Black American freedmen. Now you got some Ghanaians talking about Juneteenth is for Africa. Juneteenth is for Ghana. No, it's not. Ghana has nothing to do with Juneteenth. And when Ghana has a parade, we don't try to tether on to it. It's Caribbean Heritage Month, but some of y'all don't know that. The only reason why y'all don't know is because many of the Caribbeans are too busy trying to hijack Black History Month. Black History Month is about American history. Don't tell me about some Africans, what they did in the village. There's other days for that. There's months for that. It's not for Black History Month. And then even in these other countries where they have a culture to represent, whether it be Nigeria, Senegal, whatever, rather than repping their specific culture, they drop all of that and just want to do a flat Blackness thing. See, why we say Black is because we always stood on Black. When others were rejecting Black, we said, hey, I'll be Black. Y'all heard multiple people. Why y'all call yourself Black? They say that I'm an Indian, I'm an Israelite, I'm a Moor, I'm Nubian, I'm Berber, I'm all of this. Hey, that's fine. I'm not telling people not to identify as that, but then go have a conversation with other Israelites. Stop talking to FBAs. You're an Israelite, so go have a conversation with Israelites. You're a Moor, go have a Moorish conversation. But what they're trying to do is trying to impose their ideology, and they're mad. Why you call yourselves FBA? We Moors. Why y'all call yourselves black? We Israelites. Okay, me calling myself a foundational Black American freedman, how is that stopping you from being an Israelite? The thing is, many of you guys haven't built nothing under being a Moor. You haven't built nothing under being an Israelite. You haven't built nothing as a person of color, as a Nubian, as a minority. So you're trying to tether on to blackness the accomplishments that me and my ancestors fought for to try to build something completely new. And we're just not having that. And Big Rig said the Mohawk was out. You sure you never had a Mohawk, Big Rig?
Choosing to celebrate.
Football brings us together. It's a sense of belonging. Being on the world stage put us on the world map.
Haiti's back at the World Cup after 52 years away.
To made it this far today and to see us united as one again, it's something to me. And I'm sure it's something to all my Haitian brothers and sisters too.
You heard what he said. All of his Haitian brothers and sisters. He didn't say all of his Black brothers and sisters. He didn't say all of his African brothers and sisters. He didn't say all of his African American brothers and sisters. That's all delineation is, just standing on your ethnic and cultural lineage. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm proud when people proudly fly their flags, right? I love to see some of those flags. Oh, wow. I didn't know those were your colors. Oh, wow. Your flag is actually pretty fly. You know what I mean? But some of these people, they try to pretend, they try to hide their accents and try to pretend to be foundational Black American. They'll denigrate us and pretend as if they're speaking from an internal perspective. No, you're an outsider. Now, some people may still value your perspective, but we need to know that this is an outside perspective. That's all it is. You know what I mean? It's almost like you're at a family dinner and the neighbor comes and gives his or her perspective about the ongoings and dealings in your family. Yeah, you have an option to respect that opinion or reject that opinion. You don't have an obligation because that person isn't part of your family. They may have been cordial, they may have been accepted to sit down at the table, but just because you're at the table or just because you're at the cookout doesn't mean that you have the same input as someone that's at the head of the table. Since we've been giving these cookout invites, which I say the cookout invites should be suspended indefinitely, many people, they try to, you hear Latinos say it all the time. I grew up around blacks and that's why I say nigga. No, there's no gun to your head forcing you to say that. You just want to say it and you don't have any sauce, and you just look to us as your blueprint for standard swag and everything, right? Because I always say this, if they say they grew up around us, guess what? That means we grew up around them. So they grew up around us and they're trying to mimic our slang and our style. We grew up around them, but we're not trying to mimic any of their slang, any of their style. You know what I mean? How is that Black fatigue again? You got fatigue, but you're using all of our slang, dressing like us, doing the little baby hair bangs like us, you know what I mean? Doing all of our dances and stuff. But you got fatigue? And Lex, where the hell you been? Chocolate glow? Yeah, no. Salute to Lex 925. Let's get back into it.
Back home, Haitians suffer under gang violence and political instability. This World Cup is making everyone proud.
Knowing everything that's happened in our country, it's nice to be able to see everybody supporting our country while they're playing at the World Cup.
But it's a problem.
But see, this is the thing. What are you excited about? No, seriously. They're saying, oh, everyone is supporting our country at the World Cup. How are they supporting your country? They're supporting your country by watching a game. Many people in Haiti are still fleeing violence, are still subjected to violence. But hey, the Haitian national team is on the World Cup stage, so now you're flying your flags and you're proud? No. There's bigger fish to fry. These people should be using this humongous stage to talk about the turmoil going in Haiti. Instead, there's just symbolic victories that, hey, look, the Haitians are on TV playing football. Okay. Are Haitian kids still poor? Are there still rolling blackouts? Is there still a food insecurity crisis there? Yeah, but the Haitians are playing in the World Cup. Okay. Well, no, they're not playing in the World Cup, but it's the tournament, right? They're trying to make the World Cup, right? What does that do for Haiti? Let's just think of the best possible outcome, that the Haitian team wins the World Cup. Is Haiti going to suddenly just be flush with resources? They have resources. Their resources are being pretty much pillaged by Western imperial powers. The Haitians that freed themselves, they had to pay not thousands, not millions, billions and billions in reparations to France. So they so-called freed themselves, but had to pay billions to their former slave masters. Is that what you call freedom? I don't.
When we say that you're only black when you're from this land, that's it. And it's not a skin color thing. That like my push on the algorithm, I greatly appreciate that.
And like you said, when we talk about black, it's not a skin color thing because none of our skin color is black. When they talk about copper colored, most foundational Black American freedmen are copper colored. None of our skin is black. When they were calling Asians yellow, you've never seen a yellow Asian. But guess what yellow person you have seen? You have seen yellow black people. You have seen red black people, and you have seen brown black people. When they talk about the black and brown, no one knows who the hell you're talking about. They try to frame it as, it's the Hispanics. Yeah, but many Hispanics are white. So what brown are you talking about? Oh, it's the Asians. Yeah, some Filipinos are brown, but some Filipinos are lighter. And most Chinese people are not brown. Most Japanese and Korean people are not brown. So who are the browns that we're talking about? Most foundational Black Americans are brown. So when we use the term black, no one is saying that our skin color is black. Trump, they call him the orange man, but isn't he white? Right? But is his skin tone white? But we know that Trump is a white dude. So again, just because it's a specific color, we're not saying that it's a crayon that's identifying us. We're saying that it's deeper than a color, because all the people that are against using a color, their country is being dominated by a color. Their country is being dominated by white supremacy. You know, the same color white that's in the crayon box. Every crayon box has a color white.
And it's a shame, and the ship has sailed, but indigenous.
And just like I said, you've never seen a yellow Asian, but here you have a foundational Black American sister on the screen. And guess what color she is? Yellow. Yeah, and like MWP says, it's about ethnicity. We have another Asian gentleman in the chat. He's never called himself yellow. I can go on a limb and say that his skin pigment is not yellow, but hers is. When they were talking about yellow peril and all this stuff, those were white people cooking up Asian propaganda, right? And unfortunately, many of those people bought into it.
Foundational ethnic Americans, ourselves, the descendants of those who were in bondage here in America.
Thanks, Mike. See you next month. So you can get these delivered? It's literally water.com. Your favorite water brands.
You know, we tried to help you, and we were helping you for so long, and you guys were so rude and so disrespectful, and you don't have our support anymore. And you didn't understand what our support meant because you were too new to the country, and you got too arrogant, and you just wanted to side with YT supremacy so bad. And so now all your protections, everything's going away. And it's going away because we no longer are fighting for you. We're no longer supporting you. We're no longer having your back. And this is just a warning in terms of just, you know, it's not even a warning. It is what it is. And we're putting ourselves first now. And it's just a shame because I know there's some good people caught up in that, you know.
But next time, if you guys are allowed into somebody else's country and there's a group that you think are quote unquote oppressed, but they fought for you and they side with you every time, they ally with you and they support you, maybe don't piss them off. Maybe don't get to them to a point where they don't want to help you anymore. And so now, because the people, if anybody from Haiti or other countries are watching this, the people who are from your country, once they get citizenship, once they get to a certain position, they don't care about you anymore. And that's just what we've seen in America. There may be some that care, but the majority don't. They feel like they're better than you. Or they want to be better than you. They immediately incorporate classism into how they look at things. And they want to say, well, I'm now an American citizen and I'm better than those people and those people shouldn't be here and all these different types of mindsets. They don't help you. So one thing is YC people aren't really going to help you. You may have some liberals, but not really, because liberals basically use us to do their dirty work. So like liberals have an idea that what they want to do, and then they turn and they try to get us as ethnic Americans, indigenous Americans, foundational, to do their dirty work and to fight for it and to get it passed. And you guys don't know America well enough, so you didn't understand that part. You thought you were better. You thought you knew things. You thought, they gassed you up, made you feel a certain way. And now, and it's just a shame. It's just a shame because I know the horrific conditions that some of them are going to have to go back to. So in any case, that's the decision. Foundational stand up, Sulani stand up. I'm glad we're putting energy back into ourselves now. And it's just, people are just so foolish. I mean.
You know what I'm recognizing about this 154 show? Is that it's doing more damage than help, okay?
And just to be clear, she's talking about this 154 Africa show is from the comedian Godfrey, and he got some other NFL tether football player that is from Nigeria. So it's called 154 Africa. So it's supposed to be like, hey, they're bridging the gap and uniting Africa. But a lot of their content and many of their guests, they always find a way to mention foundational Black Americans. Now, of course, and especially Godfrey knows Tariq. Godfrey has at least heard many of these grassroots spaces. He knows that we're rejecting the term African American, but still they try to double down and triple down on calling us African American. But then when you see like these Haitians right now, these Haitians in this country are called African American, but then they get deported. Oh, the Haitians are being deported. So if you already know that there's a distinct difference from them, then let us all know the difference, right? That we have enough intellectual apparatus so that we can know how many Haitians are here. We can know how many Nigerians are here. We can know how many Senegalese people are here, because this is what these other groups like to say. Hey, we're doing so much better than you. How could you know if you're doing better than us if all of our numbers are just jumbled up and combined? Now let's separate the numbers. Hey, you may be doing exponentially better than us, but how will we know? Because when they talk about Black crime, they're talking about Nigerians who commit crime, Haitians who commit crime, immigrants who commit crime, undocumented citizens who commit crime, Dominicans who commit crime. Anyone with one drop of Negro blood, they say that was a Black person who commit crime. But was it a Black person? That person identifies as Latino. That person is a Nigerian person, right? So we have the apparatus to disaggregate, but people love the nebulous terms like African American because then they could kind of tether on to stuff. They had these Juneteenth scholarships. There were no foundational Black Americans who got it. It was all Latino and African names. And then they try to frame, hey, we all Black or we all people of color, right? They try to use these vague nebulous terms, and then you start saying, oh, well, I guess we are people of color. And then you don't realize, they're not helping you. All of the names, look, like Alawatunde Matumbo, Abasola, you know what I mean? Jarir. It's like all of these different names, foreign names, but there's no Americanized names. Right? Because they've been looking and seeing that, hey, look, all we got to do is just uplift someone with melanin, and then we can show these people as a model minority. Hey, look at the Africans. They're doing so much better than you. But I thought we were all Africans. Make this make sense. We're all Africans, but then they'll call the Africans African. So like I said earlier, so are they Africans and we're African American? How does that make sense? And let's just say that it does make sense. Shouldn't that be reflected on the census? Shouldn't it be an African American box and an African box? The African American box is a euphemism for foundational Black Americans. The African box should be for those who don't identify as Black. I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian. Okay, cool. Check the African box. But they don't want to do that. They want to say that I'm African and I'm American. I'm just like you. No, you're not. And based on the vagueness of the term, they can get away with that. Hey, I'm actually more African than you. I'm from the motherland. And because of U.S. citizenship, they'll say they're just as American as you. And if you try to argue against them, it's framed as xenophobia. So fine. You know what? You can just be an African and I'll be a foundational Black American. Because they shouldn't be able to claim the term African American because most of our accomplishments are registered under an African American banner. So, yeah, that term needs to be eradicated and it needs to be replaced with foundational Black American freedmen. Not something, even American descendant of slaves is vague because when we're talking about America, we're talking about the United States of America. And then they talk about, no, what about the Americas? You know what I mean? Because they're talking about the continent of America, but that's not what we're talking about. That's why we specifically refer to the United States of America, which is a country, and America is a continent. We're not talking about South America. We're not talking about Central America. They know all of these places are not the United States. That's why they have to immigrate here. You know what I mean? If you're going from Utah to Louisiana to California to Alabama, you're not immigrating to those places. Now, if you do want to go to Brazil or Honduras or Venezuela, you'll have to immigrate there. But that's part of Latin America. Yeah, it's not part of the United States of America, which is why people try to play this little backdoor game. I'm an American descendant of slaves. Yeah, you're not a foundational Black American freedman. So yeah, maybe you are an American descendant of slaves, but you're not of this lineage. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? You don't need to be of the lineage for us to be cool. You don't need to be of the lineage for me to have respect for you, for me to help you, to me to want to uplift you. But we have to be having a meeting of the minds with truth. We got to lead with truth. And if you're willing to lie about your own lineage, then, I mean, you'll lie to me about anything else. Something as small as your lineage, that's very minor. That's a rudimentary thing to tell the truth about. If you're lying about your lineage and where you're from, yeah, it's kind of hard to view that person as trustworthy. My colleague and I suggested replacing the Congressional Black Caucus with the Congressional American Freedmen Caucus. That sounds good, but it would never happen because now, unfortunately, many of the Congressional Black talkers are immigrants, and there's nothing against immigrants, but these particular immigrants don't give a fig Newton about the Black community. All they care about is helping their respective immigrant groups. So if someone comes over and they're Haitian, they say, I'm Black, and then they win, and then they say, Haiti, stand up, and they spend most of their time trying to fight for Haitian immigrants, right? But they got in off, we all Black, support me because I'm Black, blackity black, black. And then you're like, okay, cool, I'll support the Black candidate. And then they say, Haiti, stand up, Haiti in the building. It's like, what? Where'd this come from? I thought you were standing on Black business. It's like, yeah, I'm Haiti first. And I say, you know what? I respect it. You're Haitian first. So when I say that I'm foundational Black American first, why are you tripping? I'm just doing the same thing as you. Same energy, same logic. Big Rig say, I don't do the liars of any sort. I ain't had fig Newtons in a year. I love them things. Shout out to the fig Newtons. What you know about them? Hey, I know they have these strawberry ones and the strawberry, raspberry, blueberry. Fire. But then they also have the fig Newtons with the fig flavor. And the fig Newtons, they used to have some cold commercials too. What happened to the good commercials? When we do that throwback stream, we got to talk about the commercials. Now, I don't have TV, so I cut the cord. So maybe that's why I haven't seen it, but it seems like they don't make good commercials anymore. The commercials in the 90s was fire. For real. FBA, Tut Knees. What it do? You late? Bruh, you're extra late. Damn, Tut Knees. Hey, better late than never. Salute to the fam. Let's get back into it, though. But salute to this sister here. I mean, a rich melanin. Like I said, we come in different shades. So let me show this, right? Like I said, this is the spectrum of being a foundational Black American. So when we say Black, why y'all call yourselves Black? Black is just a color. It ain't no country called Black. How many times have you heard that? Over and over and over. And none of us are saying that our skin pigment is Black. I am a brown, copper-colored freedman. This sister on here is a yellow bone, a red bone. This is the color spectrum. When we talk about Blackness, we're not talking about the color Black. Here we have another sister, brown, not Black, richly melanated. This is the pigment spectrum of a foundational Black American.
Is that it's doing more damage than help, okay, with the diaspora. They try to sit here and say, well, you know, we want to bring, this why we have the 154, because we want to bring the diaspora together. You cannot bring us together if you're disrespecting foundational Black Americans just so that your story can fit the narrative that you.
And Big Rig, while you still here, I know John was leaving something in the chat. Did he say when he's going live? Just let me know if you know an exact time. If he's going live now, then I'll get ready to shut down. If not, then I'll be here for like 30 more minutes. But yeah, salute this sister, because one thing that Godfrey does, and I know that where she's at, Lex, Miss Chocolate Glow said he's an op. Godfrey is an op, and I think you're being generous with that. Godfrey, I was giving him the suspected title. I was calling him a suspected tether. Now I have to call Godfrey a tether, because you know what? Okay, 30 more minutes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna rock out the 30 more minutes. So I'll be ending this thing at 10. Yeah, Godfrey is a tether, right? Because a tether is as a tether does. He keeps inviting these people on. So look, he knows Tariq Nasheed, right? Godfrey is a comedian. Now, you can say whether he's A-list, which he's not, B-list, C-list, or maybe D-list, whatever, or maybe G-list for Godfrey, right? But Godfrey does this little slick stuff. He'll bring on a bunch of African non-FBAs and then ask them questions about FBA. That's some hoe shit right there. That's like me hosting a panel and then asking people, hey, bro, how do you feel about Big Rig's content? It's like, bro, you know Big Rig. Why won't you have Big Rig on and just do a panel? And then if these people want to ask Big Rig a question, Big Rig is on the panel to speak for himself. So that's what he does. He'll ask these Africans who don't know anything about our lineage, what do you feel about FBA? Oh, it's just divisive and stuff. Like, bro, why won't you have some FBAs on there? The ones that stand on business. He has some random whack job Pan-African, pan-goofy on there pretending like he was speaking for FBA. Like, nigga, you don't speak for us, bruh. And no one individual speaks for us. But what I'm saying is the code is our leader. You know what I mean? So it's a lot. And she says Tariq is an op too. I don't know if Tariq is an op. The thing is, I would say that Tariq is on code. And you know what? If you want to criticize Tariq, go ahead. That's the thing. The lineage is my leader. The code is my leader. It's almost like when people said that Sharpton is a sellout, which he is, and Jesse Jackson is an op. People was calling Jesse Jackson an op, but they still were going around calling themselves African American, right? So the thing is, I mean, I don't look at Tariq as my daddy, as my leader or anything. I rock with Tariq. I respect Tariq. I don't agree with everything Tariq says. But you know, I personally haven't seen definitive proof of him being an op. If someone can present it, I know it's a lot of speculation and maybe people don't like him, how he runs his broadcast. Fine. Criticize that nigga. That's the whole thing about a lineage, right? No one is above reproach, right? People could agree with me, disagree, criticize, break down my stuff. That's the beauty of the lineage, you know what I mean? So it's a new day. It's an awakening, right? So we checking everything moving, right? So even if you FBA, you can get checked, you know what I mean? Like, we ain't giving no passes. So if you got smoke for Tariq, then yeah, I hear you.
Want to present on the show. You know what I mean? Like, if we tell you, we know who we are. You know what I'm saying? Because many of us have never been to Africa. We don't know nothing about Africa. Our culture don't come from Africa. None of that shit. Many of us know that. If we can tell you that, and you can sit up here and say no, we ain't gonna never get along. You feel what I'm saying? But like,
and that's real. And like she said, many of us don't know anything about Africa. Many of us have never been to Africa. Many of us probably will never go, not just because they hate Africa. Some people just don't have the money. And then if they do have the money, they're like, I probably don't want to go to Africa. I'll probably go somewhere closer, or I'll probably explore somewhere in my own country, my own homeland. But what happens is people keep trying to reject us. Many of us have indigenous roots, and they trying to say, hey, y'all just pretendians, you know what I mean? They always try to make us generic Africans and stuff. And there's no unifying with that, because you won't even acknowledge our ethnogenesis. They want us to claim some vague place. No, you're Nigerian. Like, no, my family was fighting, bleeding, dying here before Nigeria was ever even thought of as a concept. So then they want you to claim some empty, barren landmass, and like, yeah, it wasn't Nigeria, it was some landmass, but you got to claim it before Nigeria. What was it called before Nigeria? You don't know what it was called, so I'm just supposed to call it Nigeria. Nigeria became like a country in like the 50s or 60s or something like that? I mean, come on now, bruh. Some people in my chat is older than that. At least your grandma is. I used to rock with Godfrey, especially my former Pan-African delusion, but platforming and centering anti-FBA rhetoric is scum. That's why I'm saying I went from him being a suspected tether to a full-blown tether. Because again, like I said, you don't have to there's Tariq, Jason Black, Phil Scott, Terrain Walker, Black Alpha, Afro Elite, right? You don't have to like any of them, but you know that these people are standing on ethnic and cultural business. So bring them on. And if you think they're dumb, humiliate them. If you think that they're an op, expose them. Many people believe that Tariq is an op. Okay, fine. Invite Tariq on and prove that he's an op. You know what I mean? Some people think that, hey, man, FBA, y'all just MAGA or black MAGA. Okay, cool. You're saying that based on you seen someone tweeting. Why won't you bring on a prominent person that's saying that, hey, I'm from the lineage, and have them defend themselves? If you think they're too dumb and too cultish, this will help galvanize your audience. Instead, they do what I call intellectual cowardice. They talk about people, not to them. That's cowardly, bruh. Like, don't talk about me. Don't talk at me. Talk to me. And if you're too afraid to talk to me, then you just let everyone know that you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me.
These Africans think they can sit up here and tell us what it is. When you coming from a third world country, coming to our country to eat and cosplay us, you'll never bring us together. No matter how much you fix in your mind that you should be able to do what you're doing and cosplaying, you know what I'm saying? Most of us will never accept that. Because you're not only cosplaying, you're being malicious about it. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just like, this show is causing problems. You feel what I'm saying? If y'all notice, this show is causing problems.
About they can allow, so the president has the constitutional authority to make it temporary and not permanent.
It's the right call. I've been doing this.
So I'm going to go ahead and transition since I only got like 25 more minutes, but y'all get the gist. I've already been rocking out for 2.5 hours. It's unfortunate, but 'tis the season to hold your own nuts. I don't want to see any group being abused or aggrieved, whether they're Haitian, Nigerian, foundational Black American, Chinese. No, I'm a humanitarian, so people should be treated with respect and dignity. And like the Saint and Sinner says, be good to good people, but also be good to yourself. And all too often, we haven't been good to ourselves. We've actually been punishing ourselves. We've been hard on ourselves. We've been very displaying harsh treatment towards ourselves, but then we've been trying to uplift everyone else. We've been loving on everyone else. We've been loving on people that hate us, and it's been misguided. It's been delusional. It's been deplorable. But you know what? It appears those days are coming to an end. Now I'm gonna play one more story, and then I'm gonna shut her down because the homie John Cien is gonna go different with his It Gets Deeper podcast. So I'm gonna go ahead and rock out with this. And I do want to say I appreciate y'all. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. Now I'm gonna hit y'all with this. Now they say I got black fatigue. Now I say it's white fatigue and black obsession, right? White people are really fatigued of their selves, right? All of the stuff that they're whining about, right? They were whining open borders. Okay, who opened the borders? It was people in the white community, right? Most of Congress is white, right? Who are the movers and shakers in society? It's mostly white people. So it's funny, right? Because they'll say, hey, we didn't steal the land, we conquered it. So then you say, hey, so you guys are running this thing, right? You're in control, right? And then they say, yeah, we're in control. So if you're in control, then that means you get the blame when it goes left. When the country is failing, we have to blame who's in charge. And then they suddenly, no. What about George Floyd and BLM? George Floyd isn't here. BLM isn't running the country. They love to say that they're high IQ and they're running the country, and then Trump is saying that the country is failing. Okay, cool. I agree. The country is failing. Who's ran this country into the ground? Most of Congress is white. Most of the CEOs, white. Most military, white. Most defense contractors, white. Most policemen, white. Most astronauts, white. Most pilots, white. Most farmers, white. So again, you guys are running all of these industries. Most of Hollywood run by white. Most of the XXX corn industries, the Bang Bros, the X videos, OnlyFans, run by white people. Y'all run all of these industries, but then when it's time to take blame, y'all love to talk about accountability, and then y'all keep blaming George Floyd. What about Trayvon Martin? You know what I mean? No. What about you guys who are running this country into the ground? So let's hear some more of these, this black fatigue that they say, oh, no, we're not obsessed with you. Okay. And I'm only got like 20 more minutes, but cousin Lola, if you want to come up, let me know. And just let me know. Actually, I'll just drop the link. Like I said, I am going to shut it down in like 20 minutes because I'm going to go support my boy who's doing his stream. But I'm going to just drop the link, and if anybody wants to chop it, y'all can come through. Otherwise, enjoy the ride. Let's get into it. This is a video from mi hermano, Ricardo Ignacio.
Obsessed with you. They're trying to move away from you. You hate on Latinos, you hate on Arabs, you hate on Indians, you hate on Asians, as we see recently. And, man, nobody's obsessed with you.
You said, I'm not obsessed with black people. We white people are not obsessed with black people. It's not that you're obsessed with black people. It's you're obsessed with speaking negative about black people. You're obsessed with convincing the world that black people are bad. Not only are you obsessed with doing this, but a very large percentage of white content creators are obsessed with this agenda. For example,
What's the difference between Batman and a black man?
Batman can go out in night without Robin.
Are you there, Miss O'Shawn?
Hey, B-Eazy, how are you? I'm here.
Oh, that's what's up. Hello. How you been? Man, you shocked the world today. And I love that profile pic. I ain't gonna lie, y'all do look good. I ain't gonna lie. That's a fire. Hey, shit, Big Rick's still here. No, that's I think you had made a public post or something, and I had commented that because I do love to see that from two awesome individuals, you know what I mean? But like that is fire, you know what I mean? The black love is loving. I'm loving the black love.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't be on social media a whole lot, but every now and again, I stop and take my time and scroll and then get back to life. But it's been a ride, but that's my baby right there. But yeah, we actually made that our official logo because we trying to do something together, and you know how it is when both y'all busy.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, that's a thing too, so when you say you're trying to do something together, you're talking about as business wise, right?
Yeah, as for business wise, so we got a few things happening, but we just as we both agree, it's not about actually like doing something specific. It's just about being consistent at whatever you're doing. So we staying 10 toes down with it, but that's we trying to make a comeback for the 80s babies, because we missed the train with the marriage stuff. So now we on it last.
Hey, it's better later than never, right? And you know what? As dysfunctional, right? Because when it comes to the 80s babies, they think that literally all of us was crack babies, but it's like there was a crack era, but not everybody was a crack baby. You know what I mean?
Right.
And some of our people do be like, man, we grew up in the crack era. It's like, nigga, I'm not no crack baby. I know about the crack era. I was around it. You know what I mean? But I'm not no crack baby. But then also one thing that I look back to is when you think about the 80s, there's a lot of stuff that you can say, oh man, like let's say for instance, you look at the crime rate. The crime rate was exponentially high back then, right? It was way more violence, all the domestic abuse and all this stuff. And now, people want to act as if things are way worse. I'm like, bro, you think Baltimore is bad now? Do you know how bad Baltimore was in the 90s? Do you know how bad Baltimore was in the 80s? And now they want to try to pretend as if it's the same. And I'm saying all this to say is that growing up in these tumultuous, crack eras and these dilapidated neighborhoods and stuff like that, it did forge and cultivate a certain type of person that I'm not seeing now with some of the younger generations, right? Because 80s babies are still considered millennials. You're just on the older end of a millennial, right? But like these new generations coming up, like it seemed like, damn, man, maybe y'all did need to grow up around some crack and some gangs and stuff. Cause like a lot of the men, I mean, let me say this. There's a lot of the men that are much more advanced, much more astute than many of the men were back in their day, right? But then there's a lot more men that are definitely more sassy, right? More moist, more feminine. There's a lot more women, that may be giving off, like a masculine vibe, maybe because they were around a bunch of effeminate men, so someone had to wear the pants. So it's a lot of dynamics involved. But I think that even though in those eras that we grew up in, at least the roles were defined. I think it was, there was dysfunction, but I think there were more defined roles and stuff. Because just even simple things, right? Like I always bring this up, like now people don't even know about like trick or treating around the neighborhood. When I went trick or treating, we never went with a parent. It was just all kids. You feel me?
Right.
Like, so those types of things made us mature enough to know now these kids, like, why so much traffic when you go pick up your kid? Because everybody is dropping their kids off. Kids ain't they ain't like really riding bikes like that. Like I was catching the bus. So it's like some of those times, like I think that the 80s to 70s babies, like, there was some dysfunction, but I think it forged and cultivated a certain type of breed of person that I'm just not seeing. Like a lot of these young people are delusional, just kind of lost. Like what is your perspective based on that?
Well, you know what? I have to regrettably agree. And I will say that my generation, some of us have taken part in that because, I grew up in Baltimore and I lived in Baltimore till I was like in my mid 30s or so. And then I moved out to the suburbs. Like when my kids was like, they had a little age on them. My oldest was like 15. I think she was like 16 or something like that. And my youngest was like 6 or something. And I'm be honest with you now that I tell you this, right? So my youngest son, he's been out here in the suburbs since he was like 6 years old. And he's 16 now. And he had this idea. He's like, man, I wanna go to Baltimore. I wanna go to Baltimore, just walk around. Cause he just kind of wanted to be in the city to see what the city like, cause he watching all these movies and stuff, right? And then I looked up and I was like, you want to go where? And he's like, I just want to walk around the city. I said, oh, okay. So I took him to the edge, to the Baltimore County edge. And I just stopped at a filling station. Where the niggas is hanging out in the front. And I just like, go pay for me some gas. And he got out and he didn't feel comfortable. Now, granted, he ain't been around that. And my oldest two, they grew up in that, like the whole nine. Like I'm cuffing them to the radiator. But with him, he been out here since he was little. So when I went to Philadelphia, same thing happened. He was out there, and I told him, I said, Bilal, do you see the cultural difference between where we live at and where I grew up at? I said, now you do need to know how to handle yourself out here. There's certain rules to being out here. It ain't like the county. So when you come out here, this is not a vacation. You come out here and you keep your head on a swivel and you watch your 8, not your 6, your 8. So this is what it is. Now, after that, he kind of got a little bit of act right. You feel me? Like he got a little act right. He like, okay, I understand what you're saying. When my oldest came back, because they all moved out in the county too. They came back and they was like, oh my God, this is bringing back memories from the 2000s. And I was like, y'all talking about the 2000s? I grew up in the 80s out here when you couldn't see the street because it wasn't the crack era. It was the heroin era out here. Like, I don't know nothing about the crack.
No, and that's the thing too. Like they talk about the crack era, but like there was a bunch of simultaneous eras, right? It was a crack. So this is why they talk about the war on drugs. It wasn't the war on the crack, right? It was the war on drugs, but the war on drugs was really the war on blacks. And then, like you said, it was cracks, and then we called the heroin. It's either called the H or the black, right? And then on top of that. So now you dodging crack heroin junkies, but then there's gangs. Those were the height of the gangs. Now you see a lot of cosmetic Crips and Bloods where cats want to look cute. Like, but back then the Crips and the Bloods, they were really banging and busting heads, and it wasn't just Crips and Bloods on the East Coast. It was GDs, Vice Lords, etc. Then on top of that, the pimps too. You're a young, attractive lady, right? So even if somebody wasn't trying to pimp you, it's gonna be some older dudes just trying to, get between your legs and stuff. So you're dodging crackheads, you dodging needles, you dodging, you know what I mean? Sometimes the girls too, right? It's some girls that, that bitch was messing with my boyfriend, or the same thing with dudes, like so and so. I do like what you said about with your son, how it builds resolve, because this is the thing. I think coming from those environments, it allows you to thrive and flourish better in those corporate settings when you're able to code switch, right? And I've been around like Harvard, Ivy Leaguers and stuff. I don't got no masters. I don't have any like prestigious degrees or anything like that. But I've been around these people and they be asking me like, bro, what college did you graduate from? Or what university did you go to? And then when I tell them I didn't, and then they be thinking that I'm lying and stuff like that. But the thing is, I I was a product of my environment. I look and see, people dying, getting killed and stuff like that. And I say, like, how could I avoid this outcome? They would tell us that, like, hey, you may not make it to see 18, or then, okay, you 18, you may not make it to 21. And people would internalize that. So some of these young males, they would live a fast life. If I'm only going to live to 18, who cares if I rob them or shoot a bunch of niggas and stuff like that? But I do think it does create a certain level of fortitude while being able to be in the midst of that, but then navigate those hurdles and not get caught up in it, because it's a bunch of smart cats from the hood. Like, not every little chick from the hood was a hoe. There's some of the smartest chicks that were getting straight A's. It's just they lived in a bad neighborhood. And it's funny because like if a kid is born with a silver spoon, they say, hey, don't blame that kid because they was born with a silver spoon. But then on the flip side, they'll blame the kid if he was born, with some holy socks in like, how are you blaming the kid? Like, he didn't ask to be born here. He didn't ask for his parents to be poor. You know what I mean? So, and even like, remember like the school buses and stuff too. Like, like kids is like, what? Y'all caught a bus to school? Like, yeah, you had to walk to the bus. So as you got older and they stopped having the public bus, the public yellow bus, you would catch the public transit. But a lot of stuff happened on that school bus. Like, you had to be prepared. Like, people were going to roast you, right? Sometimes it was a lot, but I think those really built resolve, because if your mommy is always dropping you off at school versus you got to ride to school with a bunch of the kids, you know what I mean? It builds, your social, emotional character. What you think about that?
Right. It does build social and emotional character, but I'll say this: I think nowadays, because I don't know what's going on, but these children are becoming more demented, which is like when we was young, right? I went at my high school, first day of high school. There was a shootout. Kid brought a weapon to school, shot himself trying to shoot somebody else. Stuff like that happened, right? But it's like nowadays, kids come to school, they trying to shoot somebody they got a problem with because it's a beef, it's neighborhood beef, it's gang rivalry. But nowadays, niggas is just mad at the world, at their parents coming to school or coming to other people's schools, killing up people they don't even know. And I'm like, I seen one black boy do that. He did that. He just started shooting aimlessly in a crowd because there was one person in there and he was acting like one of them and stuff. And I was like, no, bro, we don't do that. No, we catch them in their neighborhood in front of their house. We don't just be aimlessly shooting. Like, no. Like,
that's nothing to respect. Yeah, and that's why people talk about sliding on their ops. Their ops is your opposition, which means you have a personal grudge and beef with them. And this is not to promote violence or anything, but at least that's, and most crime is personal. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, cool. Someone did something to me. Yeah, you should have better ways to resolve the issue, but you can understand so-and-so, man, and Tyrone knew each other and they was beefing, and that's how it escalated into that. But if Tyrone is doing drive-by on random school children and trying to sexually assault random girls, that I can't respect. And there's nothing street about that. That shit is some sucker shit right there. And that's where at least I could say there were some standards in the hood. Like, if you was a nerd, like people used to want to keep nerds on the straight and narrow. They used to try to tell like, hey, nerd, like my life is already done. Like I already got 2 strikes, like you don't need to go down this road. But now, like you said, with some of the demented nation, and after this, I'm gonna go to you, Cloudness. But with some of the demented mentality, it is like, what is up is down. It's like everything is backwards, and I do think that this goes back to a lot of that childhood stuff that we were saying, because many of these people are mentally fragile. But see, you going to school on the bus with other people, you couldn't be mentally fragile. This is where terms like never let them see you sweat, because those kids are going to clown you. So you have to build some level of resolve, right? But then when these people go out into the world and they're already, emotionally unhinged, then they don't know how to deal with their emotions. So they lash out in some sort of violent way rather than having some level of emotional intelligence to where you can just walk away, or you can try to resolve it in, a more mature manner. Now people think the maturity is actually shooting up some random person because that makes them look hard. But you know what they say about a hard head? A hard head makes a soft, you know what? So yeah, you could just add to what I said, and then I'll go to my bro Cloudness from New York.
No, you 1,000% correct. And like I said, I mean, nowadays I would agree.
Hey, and
like, I know it
Lola,
sound
Big Rig said you popping it. He said you cooking it.
Look at you. But I'm telling you that I sure enough believe in that though. Like I'm not saying that I think we should make gangsters out of our kids, but there's a certain level of gangster that you need to appreciate the world. Because if you don't,
do.
you're gonna come feeling entitled. And that's one
Well,
thing.
think about this, Lola. Think about this, Lola. If you don't make gangsters out of your kid is going to be a doormat. If you think about Ruby Bridge, and this was when they were doing segregation, right? They had a bunch of grown adults that were harassing and accosting a young little black girl who just wanted to go to school, right? And they didn't look at her as a little girl. You know how they always try to adultify black children, right? If you're a black woman in birth, they say, "Hey, Lola, you're a black woman, so really you could tough it out with the pain. You don't need no drugs. You're a black woman. You can tough it out." It's the same thing with the kids. They gonna look at your son. Your son is 16. They see him as 26. They see him as a grown man. So we can't afford to have our kids in this little Pokemon mindset. We need to let them know, hey, you need to be prepared, and I know Lola, shout out to Lola. I know Lola gets her time in at the range, right? You need to be prepared to defend yourself, but you don't need to promote that. It's kind of like a Kung Fu master, right? The Kung Fu master, they want to train you how to beat people up, how to break people's arm, but they tell you never to do it unless you absolutely have to. This is a break glass if emergency, right? So you need to be proficient in weaponry. You need to be proficiency in self-defense tactics, but you use it only when you need to, not to say, hey, I'm a black belt, so I'm gonna go pick a fight to beat somebody up. And you need to be doing this, this needs to be something continuous, right? Because you never know. You might get into a fight at Walmart unexpectedly, and you don't have time to go and train for a fight. You need to have already had the training. So yeah, could you speak on what I just said, Lola, before I go to my bro Cloudness?
I think back in the day, the culture was more geared towards understanding that people in general, but specifically boys, need to learn one, self-control and self-defense skills. There was a lot more after-school programs and things like that was geared towards that. Like, sports programs was really geared towards making sure that boys were, in my opinion, more masculine. But nowadays, that didn't change to the point coaches are complaining that they can't even properly train the kids because they can't yell at them now. It's
you see what I'm saying? Yeah, that was the thing too, because now, see, when I played sports, there were really no parents around, but now there's a lot of parents that go to the practice and it's like, you better not yell at my baby. It's like your baby is a little brat. Like he needs. So there's some of that stuff going on with the stuff too. And I'll shout out to Big Rig, because if I'm not mistaken, Big Rig told me, I think he said he got paddled or something when he was a kid. Now I'm not advocating for that, but Lola, some of those schools was paddling. And actually, hold on, Cloudness, didn't you say like you went to school and they was paddling niggas and shit?
Yeah, I got paddled when I was that's when I moved when I was living in Georgia. I got a paddling. I lived in Georgia. Yeah, they paddled me. But I beat a teacher too, so I beat a teacher though, so she put her hands on me. I tell you don't own no black kids, and she thought it was a game. I told her put a 2-piece on that bitch.
Hey, did you get suspended, expelled? What happened?
I got suspended and I got a paddling too.
Damn, you see what I'm saying? But see, like now, as bad as that sound, I think that made you a more solidified dude. That's why I call him the Brownsville bully, right? Like when we grew up, and I was talking to Lola, and then Cloudness, you can chime in on anything that we talked about, right? But like our whole thing was like, our parents didn't know where we were. It was like, just come home before the lights is on. And I was talking to a family member, right? So I'll disclose this. And I was like, bro, why don't you go out and play with your friends? And this family member said, I am playing with my friends. They're on Bluetooth playing Fortnite. I didn't do that. Like, we had video games, but it's like the video games is after. They're not riding bikes, bro. They're not in the streets playing. We was playing football. We was playing some little managed games. We was playing hide and go get it. We was playing a lot of games. But now these kids are interacting with each other through virtual reality. So rather than talking to your friend Cloudness, you're talking to an avatar that looks like a blue alien, trying to pretend as if that's your friend. My mom said, hey, you ain't gonna keep coming in and out this house. Once you go out, you gotta stay out. So I was like, fine, I'll just stay out. They didn't know where the heck we were. All we had to be in was before the lights came in. Go ahead, Cloudness, you got it.
Yeah, I mean, shit. You gotta remember too. People were on that angel dust too. That embalming fluid.
Yeah, that PCP. That
PCP. Yeah, Sherm. Yeah. Because I remember like this gotta be early '80s. Niggas was jumping off the roof because the niggas was going crazy out that shit. So that shit was bad. That was right during the crack era too. Yeah, people was doing that.
And Cloudness, you grew up in the crack era, right?
Yeah. When it first hit, I was living in New York still. When that hit.
You was in Brooklyn or where?
Yeah. I was living in Brooklyn. I was living in Bushwick at the time. I was living in Bushwick then. Yeah, that was, man. It was crazy, dog. Like
so for the people that didn't live through that era, like when you say it was crazy, like how was it? Crime, junkies, break-ins, robberies, what?
Yeah, crackheads. They was all over the place. Like, dude, you couldn't even go to the playground no more. Pretty much, like there was no going to the playground no more. Once the crack, because that's where they was posted up at the. That's where they were posted up most of the time. Either the fiends or the dealers. They was in the playgrounds, man. They were posting up. So we just figured out something else. Like our grandfather was like, nah, don't go to them. Like especially when I would go to Brownsville to visit my cousins and them because they lived in Brownsville. At first they lived in Jamaica, Queens. They lived in Queens with my grandmother and them. But then well, it was Ozone Park. That's where they lived at, Ozone Park. But that's part of Jamaica, Queens, though. But it was the Ozone Park section area. And then they moved back to Brooklyn. So one of my dad's side of the family, my mom's side lived in Bushwick, and my grandmother, my dad's side, they stayed in Ozone Park. But then they moved from there, and they moved to Brownsville. So that's what it was really crazy. Like that was like if it got close to dark, you had to come inside because the shooting started. Like that's when the shooting started. Soon as the lights got ready, we couldn't even be on the stoop. We couldn't be on the stoop. We couldn't be on the stoop because they would like I lived on Legion Street. Well, I lived on Legion between Sutter and Blake. Well, Grafton and in Saratoga, those were the streets on each side of Legion. Niggas was shooting from Grafton and Blake, and they were shooting down to Saratoga and Blake. They were shooting so we was in between that. So there was the bet, and like we had a PS 158, which was right there, where we played. We played in that little school lot. That's where we played stickball and and whatever we played there.
You had that too. Like, we used a broomstick and a tennis ball.
Yeah. But we also because we couldn't go to the park because the park was further down towards Tapscotch. That's where the park was, and it was too far away. That was too far away. My grandpa and them, they were like, "Nah, we don't want you going that far down. That was like 5 or 6 blocks down." So, yeah, they didn't want us because that's a nice little travel. You can get murked going down that way.
Let me ask you this, Cloudness, before I go back to Lola, because Lola was talking about how because she raised her kids, right? And some of her kids, they were raised in the hood, and some of her other kids, they had to get reacclimated. I know you lived in multiple different eras, right? Like, do you think like you growing up around all that crack, drug violence, do you think it was, do you think it made you a more mature, more experienced person, or do you think it had a detriment?
I grew up. You got just so used to it, like it wasn't even, you know what I mean? So it was like if we did, like I said, we went to sleep to gunshots. The gunshots didn't stop until early in the morning. So like we went to sleep to gunshots. That was the soundtrack of the night. And they had Uzis and all that. It was semi-automatic weapons, They wasn't playing around. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you heard shotguns and all that. You heard all that. You heard that all night. Like I said, soon as the fucking street lights came on, it became Beirut around that bitch. It was like living in Beirut because it was gunshots nonstop. So and like like in the morning, I remember we had to go to, like when you went to school, like they would have. It was so many crack valves out there in the park area, in the school lot area. Before we could even have recess, somebody had to go out there and sweep the whole thing because there was nothing but crack valves all over the place. They were like all over the place, yo. You couldn't even go out there, otherwise you get cut up by the crack valves because they were, the little blue and all the different tops. They were just laying around all over the place, B. Because they just posted up and it was look, you like. Have you ever seen New Jack City? How they like when he looked down, and he was in the schoolyard, and he looked down, and he seen all the crack routes. It was like that, B. Like it was really like that. That wasn't but it was more crack valves than that. Like it was like covered with that shit, dog. Because the crackheads be all over the place. They was out there just wilding. It was crazy, yo. Like but it kind of, you got desensitized because you've seen it all the time. So it wasn't like, if you didn't see it, then you would feel out of place. You know what I mean? Like it was normalized. So I can't really explain it, bro. Like, so you know what I mean? Like
all of this stuff sounds like unfathomable now. And the reason why I was just bringing this up, not to glorify it, but just to let people know all of the juxtaposition of people who are talking like, oh my God, crime is out of control. And actually, and I'm gonna go back to Lola because Baltimore and I believe the state of Maryland specifically, crime is the lowest it has been in 50 years. Now, it doesn't mean that crime is at zero, but it's the lowest it has ever been. So people want to try to make you convinced that all of these areas are a war zone and Brooklyn is bad, nigga. How you gonna tell that to somebody that grew up in the heart of the crack era, right? How you gonna tell somebody that grew up in Baltimore in the 80s and the 90s how bad it is? You know what I mean? So sometimes people try to overblow. And I think some of it is like maybe some of us did get desensitized to it, but then some of us just have adapted to, this particular treacherous environment to know how, to navigate like the obstacles as well. So I do get a little bit annoyed when people try to act like, hey, man, the crime is just out of control. It's like, no, actually it's steadily on the decline.
It's nothing like it was back then because it wasn't no cameras nowhere. It was so people. Yeah,
so nobody was getting caught.
People were just out living. They were really letting it all hang out because you know what I mean? Like people were really letting it all out. They wasn't hiding nothing. They didn't hide anything from us. You know what I'm saying? So none of that shit was hidden. You know what I mean? Like that's what it was. That's what it was. It was nothing. I mean, like. I mean, like they talking about, oh, this smarter. Like I'd have been different city. They're like, man, this is the hood. I'm like, yeah, this is the hood. Okay, yeah, this ain't scary at all. This is not scary compared to what you know what I mean? Like even when I came back and I went to my cousin lived and she lived on Saratoga, dude. Like we went up there. This was like this. We went up there for a family reunion. This was like 04, 05, something like that. And when we got into the Brownsville area, dude, it felt like it really felt different, dude. Like soon as we turned in and we was in Brownsville, we got to a Pickett Avenue, dude. It we locked the car doors. Like I had my heat on me now. He locked the car doors. He like click, click. like, dude, the scenery changed. I didn't even stop. My uncle said, "Don't stop at no fucking red lights." He said, "Don't stop at the fucking red light." He said, "Just blow through the red light." And look, he kicked my cousin out. He said, "Look, we got Texas license plates on our shit because we came from Texas and shit." He said, "Tamisha, you getting out at the corner. Ain't nobody told you to still live in this neighborhood." My uncle said, "Hell nah, we not stopping in here." Like you know what I'm saying? Like, but even me, I was driving at the time, so but dude, something it just like the whole atmosphere changed. Like you knew you was in a different part of town. You know what I'm saying? When you turned on Pickett Avenue, because we came through and they had like those barrier things, so you had to go through like a little maze. My uncle said, he said, "Don't you stop at no fucking red lights, yo." He said, "Don't you stop at the fucking red light." And this is like they robbed my uncle. He got up the 3 train. He was the milkman he worked at Sunnydale. They robbed him coming off the 3 train. Took him for everything he had. So they moved out of Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? So when we had to come back through, he's like, "Yo," but like my heart, like I ain't no punk B, but dude, I'm telling you, dog, you really can't. I really can't explain it until you like actually been there. But the whole ambiance changed, like the whole atmosphere changed, bro. And I was like, whoa, it was like an eerie feeling. And it was only like 9, it was like maybe like 10 o'clock, 10, 11:30. Dude, but it just felt so eerie, bro. It felt eerie. I was like, this is crazy. And sure enough, I didn't stop at no red lights either, man. When my uncle was like, look, he told me, he said, when we get to, he said, because we had to go down, where we go? We were coming. We came because we wanted to go see by the old house that we lived on Legion Street. And when we got to Sutter, he said she stayed on a corner of Sutter and Saratoga. He was like, "Look," he said, "you getting out." And you getting out before we get to the light. That way we can just keep going. We can keep going. My uncle was, dog, and shit crazy. My cousin was a girl, dog, and we pretty much booted her out the damn car. Pretty much moving, bro. This is fucked up. My uncle said, "We ain't taking no shorts around this place right here." And they grew up around there. You know, like my whole family. I had a whole bunch of like cousins and shit.
How did they turn out? Was they jailbirds? Was they successful?
Nah,
How did they turn out?
Well, my one cousin, he ran the block back in the day. My cousin Ronnie, he's a changed man now. You wouldn't know. Back in the days, he had more goals than Flavor Flav. He had top and bottom. And if you see him now, he like a changed man. But he ran the block around that area, so it's not like we were scared of the area. Because we had so much family around that area. The Browns, you know, my last name is Cloud, but my grandmother's brother, he was a Brown, and his kids and them, they lived all in that area. They even had they lived in the 360 projects. My cousin Earlene and Earl Jr. and my Pauletta and all we had a lot of family in that area. And the Livonia project
from the South, right?
Who? Well, my grandmother, they from the South, but they moved to the North. You know what I'm saying? So my dad was born in
Earlene.
Yeah. But that was because my uncle's Sonny, that was his kids. So they were from my grandmother and my grandmother's brother, and they were from Florida or Georgia. They were from Valdelia, Georgia, or something like that. But they had moved up. Like my grandfather. No, there's an area called Valdelia or something like that.
Oh, Valdelia. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's like central area of Georgia. That's where my grandma was from. But my dad's dad was from I think he said Salisbury, North Carolina. But they moved to they met in New York though. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, dude, it was crazy, bro. But yeah, man, and just being in that atmosphere when we came back, because I hadn't been there for a while, and I came back. But bro, I felt shook, and I was like, man, I even had my heat on me. I had my heat on my side, bro, because you know what I mean. I've been carrying for a while, so I had it on me, and I still felt uncomfortable, bro. Even with it on me, I felt uncomfortable. That's how, and that was the area that I was raised in. And it just didn't feel right. And that was in early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? Brownsville's still the most ungentrified. They can't gentrify Brownsville because there's too many project houses there, and you got too many project houses around there.
Too much money.
They can't. That's still the only ghetto part of Brooklyn, pretty much, that it hasn't really been touched. But yeah, bro, it's so like that's why I don't be scared when I be going to these other places. Like I went to Florida, and I was in Tampa and St. Pete, and they was talking about this is ghetto. I was like, this is the hood. I was like, okay, yeah, this ain't. I'm not scared of this. No, I'm not scared of none of this.
This is the thing in terms of the hood. Like for me, I be sliding into the most notorious hoods, not because I'm, the biggest, baddest dude. It's just because
I'm comfortable in those areas. I'm not scared. Like I know anything can happen, but it just when you live that in that crack era back in the 80s, you're not really scared of that, dog.
Yeah, it's like Teflon Don coming through there, and I'm gonna come back to Lola.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I always say this, right? Like lions don't really announce themselves when they're in the jungle, right? They're just walking around. They see other lions. You know what I mean? This is an African safari, right? You know what I mean? And as long as people are just blending in, with the pride, it's not a big deal. So once you go to these other hoods, as long as you ain't flying no colors, as long as you ain't mean mugging people, I went to some of the hoods where people from their own city, they like, bro, why are you there, bro? I don't even be going down there. But most of the times, and I noticed that a lot of these places, when I go to the next solo bolo, I'm like, they don't see it as a threat. Like I'm wiggling around. Now, if you come with multiple people, then it becomes the who is these niggas now. Even as a solo person, they can be like, who is this nigga? But like you said, Cloudness, I always got my power tools, always got my equipment on me just in case something go left. But I mean, the earth is my turf, right? These are supposed to be my people. Like this is, I'm a Cali boy, but like I'm an American, so I should be able to go to American cities around other black people. I know there may be some dangers and all this stuff, but like you said, Cloudness, if I've already navigated some of the most treacherous areas, I don't look and be like, oh, I'm scared to go to Jersey. Oh man, look how bad Baltimore is, man. Maybe it is bad, but I've been in bad places or worse places and stuff. And I think that sometimes people being so petrified, it puts like a bigger target on them. But also my whole thing is too, like, for instance, like if I'm trying to mentor some youth and stuff, right? If there's an affluent area in your neighborhood, those kids really don't really need mentorship. They probably have both parents there. They grew up with a silver spoon. They have tutors. They have all the programs that they need. The people that do need mentorship and guidance are the people in the trenches that you're scared to go to. You're scared to go to the trenches, but then you're going to be complaining about those same young YNs committing crime and stuff like that. So how about you go give them a job? You know what I mean? How about you go mentor them and stuff? Like people ain't mowing lawns and all this stuff, but like go to the hood and, hey, look, bro, I got my Beamer over there. It's dirty. Like, I'll pay you $25 to wash it. Right. they take 2-3 hours to wash the car, bro. That's 2-3 hours they ain't in the streets busting and cutting the head up. So, you know, I really like kind of be always in the hood, because a lot of cats be like, oh, you move out the hood and never come back and all this other type of shit. It's like, nah, bro, I like really be in the hood every day, not to just say that I'm from the hood, to actually try to make a difference, you know, even if it's only helping, you know, 1, 2, or 10 kids at a time, you know, those 10 kids can, you know, be the future scientists, doctors, etc. of, you know, society. But go ahead, Lola, go ahead and chime in on anything you said, or take it whichever direction you want to.
No, no, that's respect. I heard about Brownsville. You know, being from Baltimore, you learn where not to go at. Like he says, just some neighborhoods, if you don't live there, don't go there. And then there's neighborhoods that if you come there with respect, I mean, they respect you. But like East Baltimore is different from West Baltimore. It's just a different culture. But you wouldn't know that unless you out there. But I'll say that
Hold on, I gotta ask you this, because I'm fascinated when you say it's different from East Baltimore is different, because they have it out there like that out here too in Oakland. Like they have East Oakland, West Oakland, North Oakland, and each blocks they be, you know, like like the 20s they call those the murder dubs, the 80 blocks they call those the shady 80s, the grimy 90s. So it's like, even though they're blocks apart, like there is like a different subset of culture based on those blocks. And same thing in Vallejo. Like one part of the Vallejo, they only drive like Ford cars, so they'll have like Ford Mustangs, Ford trucks. The other side, they only drive Chevys, so you're recognized, because they'll be like, bro, what you doing over here with that Ford? You must not be over here. So I want to ask you, like, what are the differences, and then I want you to explain the DMV, because there's a lot of hoopla about the DMV, right? Because some people will say Baltimore is part of the DMV, others will say no, it's not part, and you know, people arguing all this other stuff. So could you explain what it means from DMV to you, and then also the noticeable differences between East and West Baltimore?
So the DMV it's like a tri-state, right? DC is a district, it's not a state, but we see it like as a tri-state. So, you know, like just that area where DC, Maryland, Virginia converge, that is culture in and of itself. There is some slight variations from Virginia, okay? But that's what that is. I can understand why people say Baltimore is not part of that, because Baltimore is 30 minutes north and on the highway. So, and sometimes with traffic that can be almost an hour. So culturally, that's like a distance. But when you want to look at it from, let's say, a nation standpoint, like if somebody from, you know, I don't know, Arizona want to understand, well, you know, what is it on the East Coast? You're going to loop Baltimore and DC in, because they're sister cities. So, you know, most people that live in Baltimore can work in DC easy, and vice versa. So they're sister cities. That's what I would say about that. But as far as like the cultural difference, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a adopted Washingtonian. Okay, I work out there. You feel me? I respect the people, and then I go home. But they know, like, I am not from here. I tell people all the time when they get to talking to me, like, I know about all these different Southeast versus Southwest streets. I be like, look, I don't know nothing about that. Okay, it's the same name. I don't know.
Do you eat mambo sauce?
Oh yeah. Every time I go get 5 wings and fries, I get the mambo sauce. You know that. Stop asking me these questions. You know I got that mambo sauce.
Hey, I that was like asking is 2 + 2 4, but I had to ask.
Hey, I was up in Baltimore and asked for mambo sauce, and the Chinese lady looked at me like, okay, I think I know what you're talking about. But truth be told, I be at Walmart buying that DC mambo sauce that they be selling up in there with the little DC flag. Well, that joint is watered down, but it's good as shit to be watered down. But I always go get me some mambo sauce when I'm in DC. On fish, on chicken, on everything. But see, that's that cultural difference like that. Like they don't be selling seafood like we do it, but they got the sauce that match out seafood.
It's all okay, because because like not all barbecue sauces is equal. They got KC Masterpiece, they got Sweet Baby Ray's. They're all barbecue sauce. So are all the mambo sauce created equally?
No, not all of them, but I'm gonna be honest with you. They have their own regional recipe that you can taste when it's in DC. You can taste the authenticity of it. Like they all kind of know what go in. I don't know what go in that joint, but when I taste it, I know it's from DC. Versus when somebody tried to sell me, some player hater tried to sell me some mambo sauce up in Essex, up in northeast Baltimore, up in the county, and I asked for, because I'm just trying to see if it's up here yet. They sold it to me, and I was kind of happy. Then I tasted that. I was like, yo, I'm never coming here again because you're a liar. And I don't know what that was. That wasn't mambo sauce. Okay. So DC got the sauce. We got the trout fish sandwiches, and they go right together. So that's why we won in the culture, but technically not really. But I love DC.
Yeah, shout out to DC. I know DC has a really rich culture, especially for Black people, before it got gentrified. I know it's still a heavy Black population, but there's a reason why it was called Chocolate City,
Yeah.
But in DC in the 90s was insane. Like the bodies that was dropping with Rayful Edmonds and all this stuff, the crime was insane. So you can't try to tell me that it's still on that same level. But even then, with the Marion Berries and all this other stuff, that you have more people that was standing on business, that was on code. You had a lot of like innovation coming out there. The music, right? The talent in that DMV area is undeniable. Many of that talent, they were coming in these rough areas, like you know what I mean? They were making this under duress, under the crack era, under conditions like Tina Turner getting her ass beat and stuff like that. I'm not saying she was from there, but I'm saying like these were the conditions that was forging a lot of the talent that came out from that that area that doesn't get a lot of respect.
Yeah, and that's big out here, and I don't think people understand. Like I know a lot of y'all just see Baltimore and they see the TV series and they hear our accents, but when you go to Baltimore, that's one of the blackest cities you're gonna walk into. Like, don't get me wrong, we got a little Italy and a Chinatown and all of that out here. We got little Greece. That was wild. But we got a lot of little stuff out here. But at the end of the day, when I say it's a black city, I mean like even our white people are black people too. Okay, we've inducted them niggas. Yeah, I'm just saying. It's really a black city. Like the culture of celebration of black culture, black people is, no matter what the federal government is doing, we do us. And I will say that, like, I remember one of my friends, she came to Baltimore. She was from up north a little bit, not far as New York, but she came to Baltimore and she was like, oh my gosh, she was like, this is like a black power city. I was like, no, we're not like black power type city, but yeah, you come up there, yeah, you get that black experience. You can. Even white people get the black experience.
And some people be actually like shell shocked as well, because especially, when you live in some of these like blue liberal enclaves, i.e. New York, i.e. California, right? California, our population first of all, they've priced a lot of the black people out. So black people are like moving all over. Many of them are going back down south, etc. So there has been like a exodus, but then also they flooded like a bunch of undocumented immigrants over there. They've catered a lot of the immigrants. So when people come here, they mainly see a bunch of Latinos and whites and stuff. So it will be like a shell shock when they go to these areas and it's just like predominantly black and stuff. And especially there's places like that in Texas where it's not just predominantly black, but it's people that are doing well. Every area is gonna have its riffraff, you know what I mean? But it's just they don't uplift it. Like I know they talk about and actually, could you tell me about PG County? Because I was talking to another cat. I'm surprised he ain't pop up. He from Baltimore, and I was telling him that, like, because I knew some people that at least, well, not from here, but I knew some people virtually that grew up in PG County. They were smart, they were affluent and stuff. But he was trying to frame it as if like PG County is overhyped, and he kind of was like disparaging and trying to make it seem like ghetto and stuff. And I'm like, no, bro, not every black person lives in the ghetto.
Nah, see, he ain't peeping game. When I went to PG County, right, to the affluent part, I was shell shocked. And I'm like 15 minutes up the street. I was shell shocked because most people in Baltimore don't leave. When I finally got my little car and I went out there, I was shell shocked because I had never seen, like, you go into a neighborhood for blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks, almost square miles and shit, and all you see is black people, and none of them houses is under $1.1 million. None of them. And you like, that's their house, okay? And it's all black people. Some of them black people look like they live in Baltimore. Like, they might be drug dealers for all I know. But I ain't never seen that. Especially if you live in Baltimore. Don't get me wrong, there's houses out in Baltimore, right? But they usually be the white tea people houses. There's a few of us sprinkled out here, but not like PG County. No, there's none of that in Baltimore City. I trust and believe the harbor is not that place. It's just not. So, I was shell shocked. I came out there looking around. I know people was looking at me like, who is this bitch looking like she out there shooting us up, driving slow and shit? Like, who is this? Yeah, I was that one. Because I ain't never seen that like that.
Hey, so do you know what this slang means? What does suckle yang mean?
Suckle yang? I've been away from the city for a couple of years. Tell me about that one.
That I don't know. I'm trying to look it up right now.
Oh no, see, there's some slang out there now that I don't know what the fuck they doing.
Okay, yeah. Some people just be trying to come up with slang, just trying to come up with some new phrases. I don't know what that is. I don't always subscribe. So apparently this is some new slang that he was asking me about, but Red 6, we don't know. So if you do know, then let us know.
Right, let me know, because I don't listen. I see what they be doing now with that dummy stuff. I be like, I wish one of them Negroes would, John.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull up on Baltimore. Like I always could, appreciate the history of Baltimore. Like you said, regardless of what the government is trying to do in terms of the gentrification and all these little enclaves popping up, people respect it as a, they respect the history of what Black people have stood up for in Baltimore, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the same thing with Oakland, right? All the cities that they complain about. What about Chicago? Chicago is Chirac. What about Baltimore? What about Oakland? Like, all of these are very rich cities with a prominent history, that they have a history of like producing people that have been like, very successful, very prominent, not just for our community, but for the country in its entirety, right? But when they think of Baltimore, all they think of is The Wire, you know what I mean? They think of Oakland, they think of some pimps hoes and all this other stuff, which, that is a cultural aspect of it. It's just a lot deeper than that, right? There's a lot of thought leaders. There's a lot of conscious people. There's a lot of beauty, right? There's a lot of beautiful women in Baltimore. Not a bunch of bitches just walking around with bonnets and flip-flops. Yeah, you may see that, but is that all you gonna see? So
that ain't all you're gonna see out here. You gotta travel around out here, because you got different types of Black people out here. You got the bonnet type, if you like that, but then at the same time you got your eclectic type out here. Then you got your white girl type out here, Black girls.
What colleges are out there?
Well, it's a lot of colleges that like, for instance, Morgan State. Everybody know about
Morgan State. That's an HBCU, right? Yeah,
that's an HBCU, but that's right in the city. So
they got a lot of HBCUs like right smack in the hood. I think it's not a HBCU, but I think Temple in Philly. I know that one is like in the hood.
Yeah, I've been out there. That one's like, God bless them. God bless them. God bless them. Because, see, I ain't about to be sitting in class and get shot. I'm going to be online.
Oh, he said, what about Towson and Coppin State? Are those out there too?
Yeah, Towson ain't that far from Morgan. Like truth be told, it's not that far from Morgan. But
Hold on, Red
Towson,
6, are you in Baltimore? I think Red 6 might be in Baltimore if you know all this stuff. And then he said he was asking about that suckle yang because he said he heard that's some Baltimore slang. But yeah, Lola, she wiped up. She ain't got an ear to the streets no more.
well, that ain't right. I my time. I don't be in the city like that, like I used to before. When I first came out here, I was up in Baltimore 4 times a week just for some reason. I don't know. But now I have to make an appointment to go up there. When I go up there, I'm up there for a while because I ain't commuting back and forth because you know my parents are still up there. So
Salute to your parents. What about your kids? Your kids go to school in DC or in Baltimore?
No, my son's in Howard County, and my youngest son's in Howard County, and my daughter, she 29, she 28, 29. She out in Bel Air, Maryland. Okay, like she out in the nice part. I like out there going towards Kit Country. Yeah, she left hardcore. Okay, like ain't no. But the white people out there where she live at, they the ones driving them F4 150s. Not out here where I'm at, but where she at, she out in the rural places.
Oh, Red 6 is he's from Texas. He's a Ravens fan though. And then Malik, the other resident Marylander, you know, he says Towson is a predominantly white institution and says Towson is very affluent. Yeah, I believe that.
It is, man. It is. Don't get me wrong. I've known a lot of black people that went to Towson, but it is predominantly white. But it's one of those just colleges that if you're in Baltimore, you just know about. Like it's not like it's overly segregated per se. It's weird, but I've known several people that graduated from Towson, black people.
Oh, and shout out to M Dub says you actually live in the DMV area. Yeah, so we got the DMV is heavy in here. We got the lovely Lola, MWP, Malik. So shout out to the East Coast showing me love. I got New York. I mean, I got more East Coast people showing me love than the West Coast tonight. You know what I mean? But it's all love. You know what I mean? But I actually am about to get ready to shut it down. But since Lola, you got to come back up here. You know what I mean? Soon. And I modded you up, so you know you all good. But I understand. You know you be busy. You know living the life as a royal queen. But I did want to ask you something because I always touch on this and I usually get the male perspective, but I want to get a woman's perspective on this, especially since you have kids and I know that you are a solution oriented person. And then hold on, he says be more us, not part of the DMV. You see what I'm saying? He said be more is not a part of the DMV. And this is what I was telling you. Some cats will try to say that Baltimore is in Maryland. So it is part of the DMV because the M in DMV stands for Maryland. And all the people that I know from Baltimore, they be kind of getting mad, like, bro, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, nigga. You ain't from it. Like, they be getting pissed. I'm like, damn, nigga, I didn't know. They told me it was the DMV. Like, I tried to put 2 and 2 together. Baltimore, Maryland, DMV means Maryland. So, but like, they be adamant that no, it's not the DMV.
You got to realize that when people think about Maryland, all they know is Baltimore. Maryland has a lot of cities in it, but the only one you know about is Baltimore because that's the most prominent city. So it's like when you say DMV, it's like, what else are we talking about except for Baltimore in Maryland? But what they're talking about is the region right at the line, which is, I think, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and I think it's one more county all the way to southern end, maybe a little bit. But they're talking about that as far as region. But like I told you, like Baltimore and DC are sister cities. Like Baltimore might not technically be a part of the DMV per se, but don't be trying to act like we ain't at the street, okay?
That's what I was saying. I just didn't want to misspeak, right? But like I said, some of the Baltimoreans, they're like, do not put that DMV label on it. But I want to ask you this before we get up out of here, Lola, because I know you are a solution-oriented, pragmatic person, right? And you're a parent, right? So, and I talked to some of my other people like this because since we did this, trip down memory lane and stuff, and we talked about how the kids were raised with the fortitude and stuff. Like, now I'm going to assume, because Lola, I know, You know, you're a beautiful soul, but I know you're not an innocent angel. So I know that you probably got your behind spanked. You probably got punished corporally some type of way, right? So I want to speak like now I know like we grew up in the era where, you know, whatever your mom could find, where it was the sandal, it was a switch, go get me a switch off the tree, and then you get spanked with that. Sometimes you get whooped with a belt, bare booty. Sometimes you get smacked with the hand. There was all sorts of forms of corporal punishment. Now, I think it was a fine line between the corporal punishment and abuse, but now they consider any form of spankings as child abuse. Now, as a parent, did you spank your kids? Did you whoop your kids? And if you didn't, what is an alternative to like basically laying down the law without physically beating your kid? Or is there a way? Do some kids just need to get their butts whooped? Could you speak to that, Lola?
Let me say this, right? Sometimes if you prevent, it's easier to prevent a problem than to fix it. You know, you see where I'm going with that?
Yes, that's why I always talk about preventative maintenance, right? It's easier to prevent you from getting sick rather than wait till you get sick, then try to fix it, right? It's easier for you to curtail this toxic behavior rather than let your kid get out of control. And now you're trying to pick up the pieces.
Right. Now, what I mean by that, where children are concerned, is that what you got to remember when they're infant, when they're in your stomach, they're being infiltrated with sounds, images, energy, right? Like they say with boys, by the age of 7, he has to respect you in a way where you don't have to discipline him by the age of 7. There's some tall 7-year-olds out here, okay? By the age of 7. Now, if he get to 9 and 10 and he still ain't right, you about lost his ass. And then once he hit 12, 14, you not about to start spanking on him like he 4. That's not what's gonna happen. And if his father ain't around, or his uncles, or somebody that's willing to put hands on him, that's not gonna work. So the preventative measure is when he come out the womb, when they come out the womb, you make sure you train them in a way where you don't have to sit and be wailing on them like that, because some children don't need that. Some children do need that, but they need that very, very early. And I don't mean abuse them to the point they got like marks on them, but you definitely, corporal punishment ain't nothing else. Like the way I was raised, I can't even talk about some of the stuff because we had makeup on us. But when it comes to my kids, they knew if I'm talking to you, I wish my daughter tried me one time. I was talking and she stood up and crossed her arms like she about to walk out of the room, and I just blacked the fuck out. All I know is somebody called the police and they came and they was like, they told her, they was like, let me tell you something. Sit on this step and breathe, because if we come back here, we not taking you where you think you're going. Okay, so you better do what your mother said. Because then I literally blacked out because I'm like, I'm talking, nigga. Like, like you don't gotta sit and talk back. Like that's how I was raised. Like I was raised, don't look at that.
Yeah, like there was no roll in your eyes. Like remember, so like if my mom was in the back room and she called me, there's no and there's no what. If she called you, you need to go back there. But now I be hearing these kids, they call, hey, little Johnny, what do you want, mom? Like that, like anger. I'm like, what the hell? These kids be slamming the doors. You know how it was. If you slam the doors, like you ain't paid not a damn bill in this house, don't slam the door. Matter of fact, keep the door open. The thing, like my parent, like, you know, and I grew up in the hood, right? So my parents wasn't like well educated, but they had manners. They're like, we're gonna raise these kids to be better than us. So there was no talking back. Even then, like we used to, when grown folks was talking, you know, it was the kids, y'all go get some business, y'all get out of here and go play somewhere. Now these grown-ups be having these full blown conversations, cussing up a storm, vulgar language in front of the kids, and then they be telling the kids, don't eavesdrop, don't listen. Like, like why the hell are you talking like all of this stuff around the kids? But then Now, I only had to get the corporal punishment a few times. Now, I still was cutting up, but I just got more cunning with my waist and I get caught up. But the worst punishment I got, I had to go stand in the corner. I was literally like, please whoop my ass. I do not want, like, the standing in the corner. That psychological punishment was for me was way worse because the ass whooping, you get whooped, it hurt, and then you get sent on your way. The standing in the corner, I had to stand in the corner the whole day. If I tried to sit down, no, stand in the corner. Then little kids come into the house. Could he come out and play? No, he's on punishment. He got to stand. So I'm looking at my friends at the corner and they looking at me and turn around. I'm just like, man, yeah, I would recommend that to anybody because you won't have to whoop your kids like you were saying, Lola, if you nipping that in the bud, if you make your kids stay in the corner, or another thing, either make your kids stay in the corner or do a certain level amount of push-ups, whether it be 100, 200 or something like that. Now, not only are they getting, physically fit and healthy, they're getting punished in a way and you're not beating them. So I think, you could get more clever and there's a fine line between discipline and abuse. You know what I mean? But now they consider anything abuse, especially if you with a belt. Now, some people was like they had to pull their pants down and they got whooped with a belt. Some people, they got whooped with the belt with the jeans on. And then some was like, hey, hold your hand out. But Lola, I know that you know about this, right? Your mom tell you to hold your hand out and then you pull that hand and then you make your mom miss. And then if she missed, that means on the second swipe, she finna like take some skin off. And then they smack you. And this was one of the worst lines that, if I could talk back, I would, but they'll really tear your ass up with the belt and shut up before I give you something to cry about. Like, you just did. Like, what the hell? Give me something to cry about. You just did. And before you respond to that, Lola, Malik, he's from Baltimore too. He says, where's she from in B-More? What zone? That's what he said.
I'm from 23.
There you go, Malik, the 23. So go ahead, Lola. I'm gonna get ready to shut it down. So go ahead and give us some final remarks about anything that we touched on, or just anything you want to bestow to the people.
Well, I do know about what you was talking about the hands, but see, my mother, she was raised by her grandmother and them, my great grandmother. So when she told us put our hands out, it's because she was whacking it with that thick ass wooden ass spoon. And yeah, if you make her miss, that next time she throwing her back into it. Okay. So listen, now I'm not saying I don't approve of that for my children. That's something I did take out of my root.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I personally don't approve of that. However, I don't look back. And let me ask you this. Do you look back at your parents or your grandparents as like this kind of evil monster that was just kind of like taking advantage? Because when I got whooped, I know I was cutting up. So I didn't look at it like, hey, I was just this abused child or something like that. Like what was your perspective looking back on it?
No, anyone who disciplined me, and it was a lot. My older sisters were old enough to give me spankings, okay? And that's how I learned not to fuck around, as they say, because I seen what happened to them, and I was smaller, so I'm like, nah, that ain't happening to me. So I did exactly what you did. When they trying to take punishments for 3 months at a time the whole summer, I'm falling on the floor screaming, taking my whooping, like acting and shit almost, and I'm outside that next 5 minutes. But no, it wasn't like it was like completely abusive, because you only got spankings when you was defiant. You got punished when you were wrong, but when you were defiant, that's when you got spanking. That's the type of shit that have your stepfather up at the school embarrassing your ass. That part. So I'm from
which I had that too.
I
had that. Yeah. And you know what? Those was actually worse than the whoopings, to be honest. Let's keep it a buck.
Yeah,
I knew some cats some cats that went to juvie and they was like, bro, lock me up, because all I care about is like what my mom is gonna do. Like cats was like, sometimes just that long walk home, you know what I mean? Like, damn, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that was bad. But see, That's what I'm saying. People who talk about like crime, and granted, crime happens all over the world, as we see in South America, but they don't look at the children that grew up in the hood with discipline, that went to college, that started businesses, that became celebrities, that became wealthy, like that became servicemen and women. Like they're not looking at that. They just looking at the small minority. So for me, I didn't feel less love. I didn't, but I will say that when you are a single parent and you have to recompensate for the other parent, that can come off abusive to children, which is why, like, and I was single for a large part of my raising of my children. Like certain things I just did not do, and I refused to do, like smack my boys in the face. I didn't want to do that because I didn't want them getting used to that from a female. Because my father always told me, don't put me up on the farm fucking around putting your hands on no man. And so I didn't do that. And so I didn't want to teach them that through how I was. But don't get me wrong. One time, my youngest son and my middle son and my nephew I was at the beach and I wasn't supposed to have my grill out there, but it was a small grill and they was running and I told them to stop running. And they ran and knocked my joint over with the coal still fire and my food on the floor. When I caught them two niggas, I slapped both of them at the same time. I was like, nah, y'all gotta get this. They was like 8 and 10 at the time. I said, y'all gonna get this one. Nah, I've been being nice to y'all for a decade. No, not the grill and my food on my goddamn floor. Out in the street, no. That was the worst vacation. So, I have done it. I'm sorry. I am guilty of doing it at least one time. But that's something I couldn't take from my parents. Not because it was abusive, but because there's certain things, psychology even, that goes into what you do to your children and what you don't do. And so you teach them that through what you do and what you don't do. So that's why, like, when you say, well, in the house, one thing you don't do is raise your voice, be yelling out what and shit like that. You talk to people based on their station. Like my children know when you walk into a room, you say hello first to adults, the oldest to the youngest. And like when I call you, they already know. Like seriously, they don't call nobody by their name. I did not raise my children calling no adult by their name. You call them by their station. So if they Mr., Mrs., Dante, Tonton is uncle for my youngest son, or auntie, mom, cousin, grandma, uncle, whatever, you don't call them by their name. And that's a certain level of respect that children learn just in language. Like the language you use has to show your level of respect for who you're in the room with. So when you get the children that's saying, what do you want? These are the children that did not learn that small little thing when they were little. Like it's certain ways you can talk to your peers. And in certain ways you can't talk to your peers. And in certain ways that even if you are a sibling with someone, you still have to respect them as an adult because of their age. Like my sisters, when I was born, they were like 16 years old. So by the time I was 10, they was grown adults. I couldn't talk to them like they my age because we sisters. Like they was punishing me and shit. And I was just sitting there fumigating. Like as soon as I turn 18, I'm gonna whoop your ass. But yeah. That's the culture, and I'm proud of it. And I'll just say that I'm not saying that Baltimore raises good children by itself, but we got some good people out here. All right. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, no, I believe it. And, we need more people like that because, like, this is the thing, right? There's no such thing as a perfect person. But someone asks, are you familiar with Cecil County, Maryland?
Mm-hmm. That's up north. Yeah, Cecil County. I don't go up there. I drive through there on the highway 95. I don't stop in Cecil County. And if you ask me about Cecil County, you know about Cecil County.
So what is that? Is that like a sundown town or something?
I don't want to find out. Let's just say that.
Okay, and then M-Dub has another question for you. Why do you think that older folks in your community did not set boundaries or rules earlier before physical punishment? So basically, like the boundaries that you're setting with your kids, like, why do you believe that some of the older people didn't set those boundaries?
I believe that in the generation before me, they were boggled down with drug addiction real hard. And the ones that wasn't boggled down with drug addiction, they were boggled down with drug addiction because they were coming back from the war. And a lot of people don't realize a
Yeah,
lot of us
there was a
was
lot
in
of
the army.
PTSD. Correct.
Lot
Yeah,
of
I had talked to one of the older generations. I'm glad you made that point, and they had told me that too, because they said a lot of people, it's easy for us to look now and look back then, but then when you look at, many people's parents were born and some in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Look what was happening, right? In the 60s, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King got assassinated, right? Fred Hampton, right? So these were public executions, public assassinations by the COINTELPRO, by the government and stuff. There were still lynchings going on. There was mass incarceration, sharecropping. There was still a lot of racial terror going on. Tulsa, Oklahoma being burned down. It wasn't just Tulsa. It was Ocoee, Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina. They talk about Black Wall Street as a singular sense, but it was in a plural sense. So many people were so close to that a lot of our parents and elders and olders, because not all old people are elders, right? But a lot of them still were so close to the pain and the trauma that it basically curated a certain level of docility, where many old people told me that their parents told them, hey, just keep your head down. Don't try to be too Blackish, too Afrocentric, right? Do what you can to assimilate. So a lot of times people were kind of punishing us out of the way. And actually the whole come in, where the come in before the lights come in, that comes in from sundown towns. That's where that came in, right? Because they didn't care where we were during the day, but like a lot of that, a lot of that violence wasn't happening during the day. A lot of that stuff happened after the sun went down. And that's why they said be in before the lights come on. So a lot of the cultural practices were forged by the traumatic response, right? And some of our parents, like they were getting paddled. Like my boy Cloudness, he said he was getting powdered, right? So that means that his dad was definitely getting paddled and his dad's dad was getting paddled. So they're passing these things on. It's kind of like a muscle memory, right? Like, hey, I was parented this way, so I'm going to bestow these parental practices on to my children, vicariously or inadvertently. And then as we evolve and mature as humans, then we just say, hey, maybe this worked, maybe this didn't work, etc. And you can add on to what I just said, Lola.
No, I'm in 100% agreement on that. Like you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like take what worked and keep that and take out what it wasn't. But what you said was interesting about the way our discipline has been forged by our experience in America, because like my great grandparents, the way they used to discipline my father, like they would tell my father, take your clothes off, get in the tub, get out wet and don't dry off. And they would braid up an extension cord, like make it thick. And then they would beat him with that. Now, mind you, it's because he disobeyed. This is like he's under 12. And I'm like, that sounds pretty intense for like a whooping. Like, but you see, like the era that my great grandparents is coming out of, they were born in 1890. So that type of like discipline comes from the culture that they were reared in, from their parents that was born before slavery ended. That's how close we are to slavery. Like the houses some of us grew up in, it will belong to people who grew up on plantations that owned their family. That's how close we are to it. People think we're really far. No, we're not.
It's not, yeah, because many of your answers, because then sometimes people try to fixate just on slavery and slavery was so long ago, but then there were like hundreds of years of Jim Crow and that racial terror. It did instill a certain level. And then, like I said, when I was talking to one of my elders, they had told me that, and it did give me a different perspective, because it's easy to wag your finger and say what they should have done, but like you didn't go to a school where it said no niggers allowed. You didn't go to a school where they had colored water fountain. You see black and white pictures and stuff of that. And then even those black and white pictures are propaganda, because they had colored pictures, right? They show a lot of pictures of MLK in black and white, but they had colored pictures of them. They try to show the black and white photos to make it seem like it was yesteryear and so long ago. But no, it actually wasn't. You know what I mean? Like I said,
Right.
King was assassinated in 1968. Many people's parents were born before that or after that. So how was that so long ago when it was within your parents' lifetime? So that trauma is still very prevalent. And then because we didn't go through, like we went through different levels of trauma based on the intensity and severity. So it's kind of hard to fathom, hey, why did they think like this? Or why didn't they parent this way? Even sometimes people do it with information, right? Well, why didn't this person just Google it? There was no Google in 1968. There was no Google in 1978. There was no Google in 1988. But now since people got a smartphone and chat GBT at their fingers, they start to try to wag their fingers. Why didn't these people do this? It's like, hold on, you have more information than ever. A lot of people, you have more money than Malcolm X has. So why aren't you building anything? Don't try to look back and say what Malcolm and what someone. No, why aren't you doing this? You got more money than Malcolm. Malcolm X didn't have 10,000 Instagram followers because Instagram didn't exist, right? So if they were able to organize and they were able to put something together without all of these tools, then I really just don't want to hear any excuses, and I don't want to hear too much blame. Yeah, there's some things that they could have done better, but then, I mean, could many of these people even survive in those conditions, right? How many people could really function after knowing one of their family members got lynched? Look at what Emmett Till's mom had to do, right? She had to go and function in society as a mother, knowing that her child, who was 14, was beat to death. You know what I mean? And drug and stuff like that. People don't know anything about that.
People don't know about that, but it's because those stories, it's almost like maybe people are ashamed to relive that history for, just in general. But like Malcolm X's father was tied to a railroad track and assassinated like that
in front of him too. So he saw that. And you know what? Actually, you know who else that happened to? Ike Turner.
Oh, I heard something like that happened to him, but I didn't know.
Yeah, that happened right in front of him too. Now, I'm not saying that this excuses or anything like that. I'm just saying what it was, right? Like,
right.
So
but see, I met
know.
Ike Turner. I met Ike Turner as an adult, and he was not an old guy. Like when I was like 20s, I was in my 20s. He was like in his prime. Like, this is how close it is. Now I don't know if he's still living now or whatever, because you know how people is when they not healthy.
Damn,
but,
you met the man?
Yeah, I met Ike Turner.
That's crazy.
See, so you see, like that's and I'm not old.
I heard he was actually a cool dude. Like some people were saying, like, yeah, he had the transgressions and stuff, but people was like, he wasn't just this monster just beating Tina every day. Like, there was nuance to it, right? Yeah, he shouldn't have did that, but like I'm saying, like, with the story, and shout out to Lawrence Fishburne because he played the hell out of that role. But now he, like Ike Turner and Mister from Color Purple, they're the face of domestic violence. But
they
like,
are the face of domestic violence.
But when you look at it, like there was more like in the Jim Crow, like the original slave was the white woman because as a woman, as a wife, you see it in all these movies, whether it be Game of Thrones, Rome, and all this stuff. You're as a wife, you're their property, which means you're a slave. Right. But all they did was like, yeah, well, you're a slave, but how about you enslave those niggas? So the white women helped, and was complicit with slavery. So when they try to like just blame the big bad boogeyman, you always gotta look at it in that context. They were slaves, you know what I mean? They were property slaves of their husbands. And in order to get out of, or at least get some reprieve from that bondage, they gave the white man another target. Hey, look at those, meanie black man over there and stuff. But it does, it's pretty deep though.
Right. But then to keep in mind, white women were sought after based on how many slaves they own. That's what made you, let's say, marriageable, how much property you could bring to your husband. But that's why they were fighting.
Yeah, like a dowry, right?
Yeah. But it was the opposite way around, meaning like if you didn't have no slaves, Like, and you a white woman, you probably white trash, and nobody wants to marry you. I don't care if it's your cousin; they don't want to marry you. And like, but if you got slaves, like that's like you were looked towards like you were marriageable. But the thing is, most men, when they left their son's property, but they left their daughters slaves because that was her way of simultaneously, like her brothers, having property, but they couldn't leave property to women. Women couldn't own property.
Yeah,
Have large.
correct. Hmm.
So
and then
that's how that goes.
even they were very strict on immigration, right? They tried to restrict it to free white men of good standing. So if you was a peasant, if you was just some, if you was some junkie from Appalachia, they're like, yeah, we don't give a damn if you're white. We don't want you over here. We want white men of good standing. And just like how they wanted the women to own slaves, because that made them more, enticing as marriage material. They thought that the men who owned some level of wealth, right, that's who they wanted to build and, at least be the overseers, right? Because even those like podunk poor whites, they didn't want them as labor, right? They're like, hell no, we want the niggas, we want the premium stock, we want the Clydesdales, right? But we just need to oversee them. So that's what it was. And then the white women were complicit in the overseeing. And then both of them, they were both on some shit like black fatigue, right? The white dudes was like, those black women are disgusting. We don't want anything to do with them. But they're the ones why we have mulattoes and Creoles and all, you know what I mean? They're the reason why we have that, you know what I mean? And then there were a lot of white women who, wanted to, get some Mandingo soul pole, and then they would turn around and say that, hey, he forcibly penetrated me. So it was a lot of diabolical stuff going on.
Oh, it was diabolical because either way, you were still gonna die. Like if she tell you to do it, you're gonna die. If you didn't, she didn't tell you to do it, you're still gonna die. So that it was Yeah, when you say diabolical, I mean that's more literal than not. But I would argue, and I know some people may not see it this way, but I would argue that slavery was keeping white people, like let's say regular white people, down.
Yes, Lola, you have been cooking tonight. I have been saying this. Slaves undercut white people, and it's crazy because they bestowed this virtue of whiteness. Is just as why I can't remember, I think it was FDR when he said, if you convince and I'm paraphrasing, if you convince the lowest white man that he's better than the highest black man, he said colored, but of the highest colored man, basically he'll empty out his pockets for you. So they had these poor snaggletooth sulfur and piss smelling peasants, right? And think about this, because they always like to talk about, and I do agree with when you said some people are embarrassed about the history and their lineage. So they'll talk about, hey, you guys were descendants of slaves and all this stuff, but the slaves held more value than those peasants. They didn't want some white, like I said, some pissy smelling peasants. They said, we want the premium stock. So if we're going to enslave a population, we want the premium slave. So that's why they wanted the black people. And that's undercutting the white people. If you're looking for a job, and the movers and shakers, the owners have a bunch of slaves providing free labor, why the hell would they hire you? If you have a house and you have a maid that's going to clean your house for free, and there's somebody that's saying, I'm looking for work. Yeah, you may be looking for work, but you're going to keep looking because I have a maid to do it for free. But because they put a premium on whiteness, then they were like, oh yeah, well, those niggers are enslaved. Yeah, but you're broke. You're snaggletooth, you smell like piss, you're dirty, and you're not going to get anything by just being a peasant, which, and then you fast forward it, we were the builders, and then it turned into that, like, they got so greedy with all of the slaves that all of the slaves had all the skills. So then when they start looking around, like, who the hell is going to be building everything? It was all of the slaves and the freedmen. So that's why they had to bring in more people, and they had to try to have the slaves train them, because none of these people were skilled. You know what I mean? Right. So it gets like really deeper, which is why I always go ahead.
No, I was going to say that go back to the Homestead Act, which Martin Luther King spoke about how the government noticed that white people did not have those fundamental skills to help the country. So they brought people in to teach them, and then gave them loans and property.
I was going to say they paid them too.
Have that. right? They paid them to learn, then paid them to farm because they didn't
And then they
have
gave
those
them
skills. They
millions of
didn't have
acres
that
of land.
land to do it on.
And then even thinking about this, just think about all the contradictions. First of all, like when you think about the Statue of Liberty, the Statue of Liberty was about us, you know what I mean? But they framed it to try to make it into an immigrant story. But all it is a cheap labor story, because really think about this is what they say. Give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor, right? And that sounds like a very noble thing. But then when you start to really think about it, there's no context where that would actually be a viable solution. Now, let's say you were starting a football team. Would you say, give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor? If you are saying, hey, look, I have 3 beautiful daughters and I want to find a list of, reputable suitors for my daughters, would I say, give me your sick and tired and poor? Like, there's no context that you would say that. If you wanted to build a house, give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor. I don't want a bunch of sick, tired, and poor people building my house. And then think about this. Isn't there a lot of sick people in Baltimore? Isn't there a lot of tired people in Baltimore? A lot of poor people? So how are you overlooking poor people in Chicago, Oakland, St. Louis to bring in some sick, tired, and poor non-citizens? So people just kind of let that go as if it's some noble thing. And then think about this. You're at home taking care of your kids. Your kids are sick, tired, and poor. And then you're saying, give me more sick, tired, and poor kids. You haven't even helped cure your sick. So nobody even brings this shit up. Like, even what if you had a HBCU, would you want more sick and tired, poor students going there?
No. Hell no.
There's no context where that shit sounds like a viable option, but we've been socially engineered and conditioned to believe that, yeah, we want more sick and tired people because we're just so virtuous and so loving of everybody. I'm a humanitarian, but if I'm trying to build my family, I'm trying to enrich my family, I don't need to be doing it around a bunch of sick, tired, and poor people.
But B-Eazy. What's really crazy is that they don't believe that anymore. Nobody wants any immigrants coming. They want the top-notch immigrants. If you're going to come to this country, you're going to be a top-notch mofo. You ain't going to be sick, tired, or poor. You're going to be a college student. You're going to be somebody who got influence. You're going to be you're going to be somebody from Parliament or some shit. You ain't going to be no regular Joe unless you got brought over here by your family member that was that person that they was looking for, and that's how you got over here on some poor shit, okay? Because we got them. So I'm like, listen, that whole to give us your and poor.
Well, look at this, Lola. This is why when the people that cross the border, they usually have a bunch of poor, what they call low-skilled workers that cross the border and flood the border, and then they lie and say they're doing the jobs that no one wants to do and all this other stuff. But okay, fine, let's just say that they are. But then they are carefully curating, the skilled one, which is why they talk about the H-1B visas. They curate the doctors and stuff, which, there is some benefits to America. But for me, I am against that, because a lot of times if they're getting like the best Nigerian doctors, the best Haitian doctors, the average age of life expectancy in Nigeria is 54. Right. Because all of their prominent doctors leave and go to other places. Yeah. Correct. Even if you look at Jamaica, like there's more Jamaicans in America than there is in Jamaica. So the most prominent Jamaicans are here. The most prominent Haitians are here. Most prominent Nigerians are here. So this is why people like Trump could call these places a shithole and stuff, because they're not really going. Like, fine if there's a Nigerian doctor, but like a Nigerian doctor would be better suited to be helping the Nigerian population. But a lot of these people, they just kind of want, they kind of want like the prominence of saying that, hey, I got a degree. Hey, I'm doing so well. But like, who are you trying to floss that? You're trying to floss that and like to Black Americans, but we've already had degrees. We've built institutions. So it's like, you're not really flossing on us. What be flossing would be building a Nigerian institution that Black Americans will want to go to and that we can help build and stuff. So unfortunately, like a lot of people are just kind of misguided, with their kind of immigration story.
I'll say this too with the immigration piece. On the flip side, right? They complain about when we come to Nigeria. And they say that, you know, in Nigeria, of course, we're called Akatas and shit like that, but we're also called white people. No matter how dark we are, we're called white people over there. I've experienced that. I've been called, you know, things, and then when somebody be like, you know what I mean, the white lady, I'm like, do you see the kink in his head? Fuck you mean? But then I had to realize why they say that, because it's a status thing over there. So they would complain, oh, you come to Nigeria and you got the US passport and you just come through, nobody cares, you get the best jobs because of your passport, not because you work hard, right? And that is a real thing over there. When they see Americans from American institutions and shit come over there to do stuff, we do get preferential treatment. We do. Now, maybe not above the Chinese, because the Chinese is over there making whole waves, okay? But
Definitely
shout out
not
to
above
Chinese.
them.
Right, we ain't above them. Shout out to the Chinese. But see, the Chinese working hard over there to conquer quietly. And I respect that.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
they conquer it quietly.
Yeah, I
They
was just
doing
going to say that.
colonialism all over again
I
quietly.
was going to say they definitely are, because when they create the Chinese businesses, the Nigerians can't go. And then they'll say, oh, look, then the Chinese helped us build roads. They helped build roads, but those roads only lead back to China. Like they didn't help fix any roads in Lagos. They've only fixed roads where they can easily extract the resources. But then some of the Nigerians are just so glad, and they say, oh, we have nice parts in Africa. And then I'm like, okay, do y'all own any of those parts? Because they'll try to talk about us. Yeah, but we're a minority here. Y'all are the majority over there. Y'all are 90% of the population. You're not 15% of the population. So it's not even an apples to apples comparison. It's like an apples to a celery. It just doesn't make any sense with the comparison. And like I said, I don't try to disparage or denigrate, even though that's what many of these people do. I'm a humanitarian. I believe in enrichment and upliftment, but many of these people were failing in their homeland. So if your homeland is failing, you fleeing to another country is not helping your homeland. So I would respect if the U.S. is going to be helping them anyways, help them in their homeland. The U.S. dollar goes further in their homeland anyways than the Nigerian Naira or whatever their currency is, right? Help them maintain and build up there. So because this is my thing. Like some people try to say, oh, well, you know, we help to stabilize their country, right? So if I came to your house and I made a mess in your house, I'm not going to say, hey, I made a mess at your house, so now you could come live with me, Lola. No, I made a mess at your house, so I'm going to help clean up the house. If we made a mess in Nigeria, we need to help clean up Nigeria. Not we made a mess in Nigeria, we don't fix a mess, but we just invite a bunch of Nigerians over. It doesn't really make sense, because Nigeria is still in turmoil. So you need the best brains. There's something called a brain. Have you heard of the term brain drain? Yeah, so there's a brain drain and a brain gain. So the brain gain is us gaining all of these prominent Nigerian doctors, gaining all of these Indian doctors. That's a gain for the US, but it's a drain for these respective countries, right? Their top tier brains are leaving. So who's left there? Right. So Nigeria has a very young population. So that's how they're so easily exploited, because the average life expectancy is 54. So the older people, they're not trying to build anything there. They're not trying to fight there. They're trying to get the heck out of there. So, you know, it kind of just leaves, you know, the young people to kind of fend for themselves. And then that's how it's easily, the Chinese people are over there. It's easy to colonize because they're dealing with teenagers or young people, you know what I mean? Yeah. Young, poor people. And all they can do is dangle some trinkets and some butter biscuit crumbs. And then, you know, now they own most of their natural resources. So it's no point, you know, it's like if you told me, yeah, man, I got a car, it got the heated leather seats, it got this, the premium package series and all this stuff, but you had no access to it. So what the hell is the point of you telling me about your heated seats and, you know, your 350 engine? So that's what they try to do. We have all these natural resources. Yeah, but you can't mine them. You have no access to it.
You don't have access. So it don't matter what it really, like, it's like us saying we got the most money floating around in our pockets, but then you see what I'm saying? It don't help. Now I say this, South Africa is I gotta take them off the continent when it comes to what we talking about, because I seen a documentary over there about like how they got their shit set up like by themselves. Like, and when you go out there, it's just the opposite when it comes to race relations now. And it was weird for me to see white people salivating at black people saying, you know, they get treated better because they're black and we're the outcasts. So, and they all were living in like the slums simply because nobody really wants to hire them because they don't bring value because they're not black. And I'm like, oh, wow. Like I didn't know how to accept that, but like I seen what they got out there, and like they coming up like by themselves, and they don't send a lot of their people to anywhere in the world. A lot of their people, their doctors and their lawyers and then their scientists are right there in South Africa, and even the ones that do leave, a good portion of them come back because they pay very, very well. I got offered a position in Cape Town back, I want to say, maybe 17 years ago. It's coming out the door making $95,000. Okay, entry level. 95,000 US dollars in South Africa. At the time, I couldn't move because I was involved with somebody, I had my kids, I was still in school, and I was like, yo, I can't take that. But see, that right there, if I was single at the time, I think I might have took it. But see, that's what they was doing back then. Now it's a whole nother ball game. So it's like, you know, what you saying is real in terms of when you build your own self up, people respect you. When you build your own country up and educate your own children to make sure that they're successful within your system, and your system is based on your politics, not what somebody else is influencing and taking over and colonizing you to do, then you can be respected, because nobody goes to South Africa now and don't respect them. Even when South Africa was at the world meeting talking between Russia and Ukraine. You see what I'm saying? Like, you be like, why South Africa? They're doing that shit.
And speaking of this, right? Because a lot of people, they be trying to push us to be Pan-African and all this stuff. I'm not a Pan-African. I am a humanitarian. I want to see the enrichment and enfranchisement of people, regardless of their race, ethnic background and stuff. But how are you going to push Pan-Africanism when Africa is not even united? You brought up South Africa. You know, South Africa is kicking a bunch of Nigerians out right now. Have you heard about that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So these are the same people talking about, oh, we're all brothers, we're all coalition. I'm not a hateful person, but I can't be operating on this mythical coalition. And not only that, Ghanaians and Nigerians are beefing. Not only that, they try to pretend as if North Africa is not Africa. It's literally called North Africa. But then they try to say, no, it's the Middle East and all this other stuff. The Middle East is just a made up term, just like sub-Saharan. That's why there's no Middle South or Middle North. It's just a made up term, just like sub-Saharan, but fine. So if the North Africans can't unite with East Africans and East Africans ain't united with West Africans, how the hell is Americans gonna unite with Africans? It just doesn't make any sense. And then they're pretending, well, because we have a similar level of melanin, then we're supposed to unite. Well, y'all have the same level of melanin as Yoruba and Igbo, and you're in the same country with different tribes beating each other over the head. Some of them can't even understand each other because they speak different dialect, and they're literally like within a 10-block radius of each other. That's not Pan-Africanism.
That's right. That is not Pan-Africanism. And if you can't get it done with people that are on the continent that look more like you than African Americans, don't come to me, because I know it's a grift. I know that it's a grift, and African Americans, foundational Americans here, we understand how to live in a jail and not trust nobody. So we know we don't got no friends. Okay, like we okay with our races being up front. So that we earned our stripes out here. But that right there is a whole nother monster, which is why I'm not Pan-African. I'm for the upliftment of all people, but it's like. Yeah.
I don't want to see Nigeria and Ethiopia get colonized. I don't want to see Ghana and all this stuff. But for me to like put my focus on that, I just can't do it, because it's very misguided. And when you think of the prominent Pan-Africans, right? All of the most prominent Pan-Africans you think of, they're American. Make that make sense. Imagine the most prominent American figure was in Africa. It wouldn't make sense. So imagine somebody say that, hey, I'm a pan Baltimorean, but they're not doing anything to uplift and unite Baltimore. How would that make any sense? These people are trying to flee Africa, but then all they're trying to do is fly a flag of Africa that they don't want to go back to. So that I really can't respect. Even think about this. They're talking about they're all brothers, right? But then you need like a passport and a green card to just go into. Some of those African nations are as close as the DMV. They're cluttered, but you can't go over there without a passport. If you go to some of these other African nations, you'll be detained and or killed, or at least ostracized and brutalized. How is this we all brothers and all this stuff? Then there's this huge colorism, and colorism is just an aspect and another feature of white supremacy. But if you look at a lot of these African nations, it's always the light brights that's running everything. So the soldiers are the darkies. Like, look at Jamaica. They got some light dude running it. It's just wild. You know what I mean? They have Asians, Arabs, all these things running it. And they'll say that we're their brothers and sisters. But then when they go over there, and that's what happened when my boy went to Senegal and a couple other places, they have a black tax. And that's a Black American tax where they were charging us more than the locals, which, hey, that's fine. You know what I mean? But I'm just trying to say, when they come over here, we don't have like a Haitian tax. We don't have like a Caribbean tax where we charge them more. We are the ones saying we all black and all this stuff. And then this is the other thing too, right? They want you to claim and be a generic African, a landmass that you really are not culturally connected to. And you're supposed to be an American from Baltimore or from New York or whatever, call yourself African. But when you go to Africa, they call you American. So I'm in America. I'm not supposed to embrace my American lineage. But when I go everywhere around the world, they identify me as American. But I'm supposed to drop that and identify just as a generic African. It just doesn't make any sense.
It don't make sense. And the thing is, not too many people have really slowed down to even think about the points that you're making, just in terms of how much, not if it's worth doing, but how much sense does just the idea make of like America is a country, right? And it has different things in it. Africa is a continent, it's not a country. So like when people say, you know, I'm Asian, right? They only say that to non-Asians. When they talking to Asians, they don't say I'm Asian. They state the country that they from. They know better.
Yeah, that's called delineation, right? And this is what I always say. I always give this point, right? So when I'm talking about samurai culture, right? Nobody says that samurai culture is Asian culture. They delineate and they disaggregate, and they are culturally specific. Samurai and ninja culture is Japanese culture. Now, other Asians could partake in it, they could participate, but it doesn't originate in any other culture. And that's unfortunately what they've tried to do with many of our culture, because other people are racially black. If we create something here, then they pretend as if it was an African creation, but it wasn't, right? It's almost like, I always bring up the analogy of tacos, right? If Mexico or whatever Latin place is the origins of tacos, you should be able to go there and get some of the best tacos ever, right? Because it's the origin, right? Well, if these places are the origin of hip hop, I should be able to go there and get the best hip hop ever, right? If they created these dances, I should see the best people emulating these dancers. I should see an African version of Jay-Z, Nas. I should see an African version of Beyonce, an African Whitney Houston, an African Mariah Carey. If y'all are the standard bearers for all this, but then again, you look and you don't see that, right? You don't see no African boxers that are as good as Muhammad Ali, and there's multiple African boxers. Who are the African? There's a bunch of African basketball players. None of them are as good as Michael Jordan or LeBron James. And I'm not trying to make this a tit for tat competition. What I'm just talking about is, for one, that we are the cultural blueprint, but also it is important for us to culturally gatekeep so that we can be able to appreciate cultures, right? So when we think of jerk chicken, we can't just say that that's black culture and that's a black recipe. No, that's Jamaican culture.
Yeah, that's Jamaican
right?
culture. And I
Same
always
thing.
do that, yeah.
Yeah,
I never
because
take
the
that
whole
away.
flat
I never
black.
take that away.
And the thing is, we shouldn't take it away because we want to be able to appreciate a thing. When we look at Usain Bolt is a record holder in the 100 meters and the 200 meters. Usain Bolt is a black Jamaican man. That shouldn't just be a flat blackness victory. That's a victory for Jamaica, right? These other countries and nations, they're entitled to what's called your ethnic and cultural sovereignty, right? So in order for us to uplift them, we need to be able to separate and see, okay, what did they actually accomplish? Same thing with sushi, right? You don't just say that sushi originated in Asian culture. That's another Japanese cuisine. When you think of lumpia, right? When you think of lumpia is not Japanese culture. It's Filipino culture. Now, Japanese are Asian and Filipinos are Asian, but it's just not interchangeable. Same thing with like the Japanese people, right? The Japanese people were interned in America. Now, Filipino don't come over here and say Japanese people were Asian, so we were interned, right? But that's what people come over here and do. They'll come over here in the 2000s and say, we was enslaved on this land. Like, no, bro, like that's a different lineage. You know what I mean? Like you can't just kind of immigrate into our tragedy story. And then people try to say like, oh, well, y'all, you know, like trying to, you know, they try to frame it as if we're just our whole identity is slavery. But no, it's not, like, because many of us were freedmen, but I'm just saying that's a part of our history. Like we can't try to deny that, right? But then we also can't try to pretend as if that's everyone else's history. For instance, the 1804 slave revolt in Haiti. I don't try to take credit for that. I don't look and say I have the same skin pigment as Haitians, so I need to take credit for that slave rebellion. No, they should be able to uplift and honor, you know, that sacrifice that they made on their soil, right? That has the Haitian 1804 revolution has nothing to do with Burkina Faso or Egypt or Morocco or anything like that. So trying to just collapse all of these historic events, you know what I mean? It's just a form of, you know, disingenuous and, like I said, ethnic and cultural erasure.
No, I'm definitely with you on that, and I'm glad that you said it just that bluntly and that concisely, because you know a lot of times with me, I always tell people that listen, unless they sign my check, I don't give a fuck about what they think. Like for real, if they want to think we don't got culture, like listen, I don't care. If you got on a t-shirt and jeans and or weave and or a low cut talking about some African American culture, don't talk to me unless you wearing original kente cloth with loin cloth underneath to cover you. Like don't talk to me.
Which we popularized. Let's keep it a bean. Like I've never worn the dashiki, but the people who popularized dashiki, like the main people who, first of all, Africans, like dashiki is supposed to be an African garb, right? But did you know most of the African dashiki industry is run by white Europeans, right? So, you know, that's something that you guys need to deal with on your own. But like, I never wore dashiki, but in the 90s, there were people that were uplifting and supporting the garb. But the people that were doing it, it wasn't like Africans. It was like mainly Black Americans that I seen that was popularizing it. Not to say nobody else was wearing it, but we were popularizing it by, you know, putting it in songs and all this other type of stuff. But there's a lot of people in like Africans and Caribbean, they don't wear like their cultural garb. Maybe they'll do it at like a wedding, but most of the other time they're trying to dress like a typical Black American. And I'm glad you brought up jeans and denim, because jeans, you know, we're responsible for creating jeans, because jeans was considered like they were considered like slave gear, you know what I mean? And we were on the fields making indigo and all this stuff because the slaves were out in the field, so they needed a thick fabric that can be durable, you know, for, you know, the amounts of things. And then of course, you know, there was the Levi's person, they came later and like patterned the jeans and stuff. But yeah, the jeans was actually called slave fabric. Is a lot of people really don't even know that.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. When I see them talking and they be having, here's the thing: if you want to talk like that and you want to dress in your traditional garb, whatever that is, cool. But don't come dressed in my culture's like representation, talking about some who got culture and who don't. Because
Yeah, you know
I just
what?
dismiss
They've
you.
even tried to claim, you know how black women be doing like the baby hairs on the side? Now they got some Caribbeans and Latinos saying black women got that from them. And we've been doing the baby hair since the thing Betty Boop, right? You know Betty
Yeah,
Boop was a depiction of a black American woman, right?
yeah, she started that.
Exactly. So it's like we have been doing this I didn't see no other. I used to see other groups like kind of clown black women for having those baby edges. That was considered ghetto. Now I'm seeing hella races doing that, and then they're trying to frame it as just simply American culture or urban culture. Anything to not give credit to, the people who actually started it.
You
Same
remember
thing with
back in the 90s when chicks was wearing French rolls and finger waves, how they was doing the baby hair on the side with all the little designs and stuff. Like that was the thing back then. So I don't know what they talking
yeah, the
about.
baby hairs, the hoop earrings, even the long nails and stuff like that. All this stuff was considered ghetto. Now I see like every group wearing it. Honestly, it was even ghetto to have a big butt. Remember that Sir Mix-a-Lot song? And he had that skit in there. And she said, "Oh my God, Becky, would you look at her butt?" Like you used to get clowned for having a big butt. If you was a black woman and you had a big curvy butt, even if you were proportioned, it would be considered fat because that wasn't like desirable. You know what I mean? Same thing if you had those natural big lips. Like they would be like, your lips are too big. But now what are the women doing? Shooting Botox to get their lips bigger. They're doing everything to get their butt bigger when having a flat butt was, even black women having, a bigger bust. That was considered like sloppy and ghetto. Like, look at her with those big old boobs, right? They wanted petite chicks with a flat butt and some little small itty bitty titty committees, right? But now all of these things have went by the side. Now you gotta have a big butt. Now you gotta have big lips. All of the aesthetics that was associated with a black beauty, but now it's just, as a generic beauty, right? Like, is it really that though?
I think it's partly. I think it can. I think it's both. I think it's just trend one, and then two. Like when people, when culture changes, psychology changes too. But people, men have always been attracted to curvy women, but certain cultures had certain things labeled for different reasons well before America was established. So that
And to
kind of
keep this a
went
buck,
away.
I just thought about this too. Like to really keep it a buck, right? Now, there are, thick women of all racial and ethnic groups and stuff like that. But that particular, curvaceous body that they were referring to, and we're talking about like at the height of this time, the 80s to 90s, it was really a black American because a lot of the Africans that were coming over, like the ones that I know, like, whether it be like some East Africans, Kenyans, Ethiopians, Eritreans, most of them have a very slim, slender type of frame, right? There's not a lot of curvature, in that way. So it's like, and that's based on the different cuisine, right? They may not, they didn't have access to all of the junky, fatty, fried food. So their body, their body mass index was automatically much more slender. Many of them didn't have cars, they would be walking, barefoot, and stuff. So they would be, much more toned, but it would be more slender. You know what I mean? So like, so a lot of all of this stuff is like very new, like these other races, being proportions and stuff. And shout out to Cetra. She says, hold on, I seen one comment. She said dashiki is not African clothes. It started in India. India rejected it and they sold it to the Africans. Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely get with that, but like I just mean like your own like cultural garb. Like whatever that is, don't like even if you from China, if you from India, I don't care where you from. Don't tell me about I don't have culture because I'm American or because I'm a foundational American. and you sitting up here literally wearing my culture. Like, don't do that. You're speaking my language, and keep in mind, English, that wouldn't be what it is today if not for Black Americans. Like, let's be clear about
Correct.
that. Like, it
Yeah,
just wouldn't.
and that's why
So,
they
like,
try to say
from the language, the clothing, to the food, to the way we even talk out here, Southern culture. Listen, Southern culture, when it comes to manners, that didn't come from Europe. Okay, let's be clear
at
about
all,
that. That did not come from Europe. That
and
came from us.
it didn't come from Africa either. And I'm not saying that there aren't some hospitable African people, but there's a reason why it's called Southern hospitality. It's not called African hospitality. It's not called Sub-Saharan hospitality. And even if they do have a level of hospitality, is different. Just like how you said, South Baltimore and East Baltimore, same city, but the culture is different. So if we know that Baltimore could have a different culture, mannerisms, and temperament, why are we pretending as if all Africans who are not united on the continent has the same, like we're just some type of monolith, you know what I mean? And people always try to talk about, hey, you guys don't speak your language. But when they tell you that, guess what language they tell you that in? English. So you saying that I don't speak my language, but like, okay, you want it to be a flex that you speak your native tongue, but it's like you speak your native language, but you have no access to your beaches. You speak your native language, but you haven't spoke your native language to galvanize the people there so that you guys can take control of your resources. So you want me to be proud that you can speak your language and do a tribal dance, but you don't kind of own anything infrastructure where you're the majority there. And I don't have an issue. Like, yeah, we've been colonized, but so have these other groups, right? All of these other groups, they come over here and they speak English, and they want you to be, look kind of jealous. Oh my God, look at them. They were able to speak their language. And there's a huge contradiction, right? They'll say that, hey, you guys don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from because your culture was stripped, right? So if our culture was stripped down to the bare bones and then we created a new culture, how are you going to call that African? You just said that we were stripped of any and everything African. So we got it out the mud and we cultivated something new here. There was something called an ethnogenesis. An ethnogenesis is when a new racial and a new racial and ethnic group is formed based on their conditions and based on the admixture. All of the foundational ethnic Black American freedmen, they have an admixture of formerly enslaved people, freedmen, indigenous people, and European ancestry. It's not one or the other. It's an amalgamation of all of them. That's what creates a foundational Black American freedman, which is why we have mulattoes. That's where it's a different color spectrum, right? Like, none of us are actually Black. Most of us are copper colored, but then we also have the yellow red bones. And then we got some people that are blue black, all under the same banner of an ethnic Black American because of that admixture. Now, our admixture is not going to be the same as us having a mixture of enslaved people, a mixture of indigenous, a mixture of European versus someone from Senegal who was only procreated with other Senegalese people. We're not going to have the same phenotype, admixture, or nothing. I'm not saying that we're automatically better. I'm just saying that we're different. Always tell people a jaguar and a leopard look the same. They're both cats, but a jaguar is not a leopard.
Facts. And it psychology is even different. And they're not. Listen, you talking big facts with that. But see, you right here speaking. Where you at? You out in Cali right now?
Yeah, I'm in Cali, the Bay Area.
See, you supposed to time this so that when you speaking, what time is it there?
11:40 p.m.
11:40. Okay. We about 3 hours ahead. But you got to time this so that it come on right on the East Coast, because we hit the sun first. You got to start saying more of that out loud, because I wish you was on that show with that podcast where them African women was on there talking mad shit, and them three, I forgot the name of the podcast, but them three young black men was,
Oh, I know you're talking about the Daily
you know
Wrap
what
Up
I'm talking
crew.
about? Yeah, the Daily Wrap Up crew.
They be kind of going hella soft. They had some Haitians on there calling us dirty Black Americans. They had some Africans saying we don't have no culture, and sometimes they be kind of ha and kikiing. Sometimes they give pushback, but you know, I don't think those dudes are intellectually equipped to give the appropriate pushback. You know what I mean? So that's why some people are kind of mad at them, where they're like, bruh, if you know, because it almost appears like you're trying to platform these people to denigrate us. And I don't mind platforming them, but you got to destroy those talking points. But you kind of let those talking points fester when you're unable to challenge them adequately.
Right. And that's all that I that's all that it is for me. I wish that there was more people that could not beat somebody down, but definitely give intellectual pushback, not just asking people more questions, like you said, platforming them. I would like to see actual pushback, but this is why I don't be on the internet like that. I tune in to certain people at certain times, but I don't be on the internet because I be seeing this stuff, and then I'll be like, yo, let me go take a nap before I blow a gasket.
Nah, it makes sense. And you know what? I know your phone is about to act up, but yeah, I mean, tap in with me on Instagram or something like that. Because I will be more accommodating of the East Coast, because I do actually got a lot of love on the East Coast. I think damn near most of my support is on the East Coast, so I do want to structure my streams a little bit earlier. But honestly, like, this was a pleasant surprise, and this was extremely refreshing, Lola. So I definitely want to have you come back. You know, we can talk about, you know, whatever, because there are some you know, things that I need your, you know, your divine feminine perspective to chime in on.
For sure. Okay, for sure. No, actually, I was subscribed to you on my other account, but
you had like a Dragons page or something, right?
Yeah, I seen you on this one, and then when I clicked, I didn't see that I was subscribed. I said, wait a minute, when did I unsubscribe? And then I look, I said, okay, I'm on a different account. That's why I ain't get the notification. But I'm like, okay, because I got a couple accounts, and I just put it on this one, on the main one. And yeah, no, so I should be able to see you and when you go live and whatnot. But yeah, no, I'm still around, you know what I mean? Just trying to make it shake. But yeah, I had to cool off with being online with certain people, because it's like I get it, the world is changing.
Yeah, because you was in the midst. You was like kind of, you know, I know there was some like kind of manosphere, which I call the coonosphere, you know what I mean? Like, I know there was some like little heated debates and stuff back and forth. Like over here, like, I'm with the shits and giggles, because, you know, I am an entertainer, but like, well, you know, when we're having intellectual conversations like this, it's more or less about enlightenment, right? Than a gotcha moment and stuff. Like a lot of those panels, they're not about moving anything forward in the community. They're not about building relationship. It's all about blaming Black women are bad. You need to be a passport, bro. All these hoes is thoughts and wearing bonnets. And then the same thing on the, you know, here, you need to divest, get you a white teddy. Black men ain't shit. You know, it's like, come on now. Who was that helping? Who is that serving, right? So over here, at least you get, you know, some level, you know, of enlightenment, and there's going to be some replay value. Also, that shit where people be yelling back and forth, you can't even hear people. And it's like, even if you was cooking, you couldn't hear because somebody tried to overtalk. And I know that you do have a lot of knowledge and acumen. So I'd rather, you know, utilize that to, you know, disseminate information that people can use, rather than just, you know, calling someone a bitch and a hoe and all this other stuff. It's like, that shit is corny. Like, a lot of you niggas is pushing 50. It's like, just grow up.
That part. And trust me, they're still out there. Sometimes I still get emails. They still will hit me up and say, hey, you want to come through a panel? We talking about, you know what I mean, Black women in the hood versus Black women that go to work.
Yeah, I had a recent panel where they were trying to ask me, like, should Black women submit? I'm like, is niggas still on this? I didn't even respond. I had to leave them on red. Like, do black women submit? I'm just like, my nigga, bro. There's never been a situation. It's almost like asking, "Hey, baby, am I the man of the house?" The man of the house doesn't need to ask if he's the man of the house. The lion is the king of the jungle. It doesn't go around asking the giraffes and everybody, "Do you think I'm the king of the jungle?" No. Are you comporting yourself as the king of the jungle? Are you providing like the king of the jungle? Are you comporting yourself as the man of the house? Are you a provider? Are you giving a proper leadership and tutelage for your family? If you're not doing that, nigga, why are you on anyone's panel?
Yeah, now that's the question. Like, if that's not where you're at, I don't care how. Why are you even here? But see, that's that mystery shit right there. That I'm like, yo, after so many go rounds, I can't. And honestly, now that I done put social media down a little bit more, I spend more time doing things that is more meaningful, and I have more time to focus on other things, like, you know, my little businesses I'm trying to get off the ground, and my work, and just myself, my health, all of that. And don't get me wrong, I still get online and throw down a little bit every great now and then. You'll see me over there with Raw B sometimes.
No, it's in moderation. Like it's I always think of it like donuts, right? Donuts are delicious, but if you eat donuts every day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, then you know it starts getting into the toxic, dangerous area. Yeah, if you get on these panels and you know you want to kind of, you know, like I said, shoot the shit here and there and get into some, you know, kind of chicanery, I think that's okay in moderation. You know what I mean? Because sometimes it is funny, sometimes it is amusing and intriguing. However, if your ultimate goal is to have some level of advancement for the community, because mind you, these is the whole what about black on black crime, people, black women, do this, do that. So if you are presenting a problem while also not presenting the solution, that's called whining. And many people just get on here and whine all the time. There's a lot of people that say what black women ain't doing. I'm like, nigga, you're not married. You never been married, and you're not even a viable option for marriage. So why the fuck are you talking about what black women ain't doing? Nigga, you're not eligible to even get married. So yeah, maybe there's some black women that's cutting up, but the ones that are not cutting up, you're not eligible. You're not a qualified. Yeah. So nigga, work on that. And that's why I talk about the coonisphere. Because these niggas try to circle jerk each other and try to have a coon connection about black women in bonnets. Nigga, no chick that I knew was wearing bonnets. I seen a bunch of hood rats at Walmart. But nigga, what is that saying about you if all of your bitches that you talk about is wearing bonnets? Is that more about them or is that more about you?
They will see, it be easy. They'll tell you, well, no, it ain't that. It's that I just want my pick of women, and the ones that I see that I could pick be having them on, and I just want more women that don't have bonnets. I'm like, nigga, bye. All the chicks that in the club you at got on bonnets. Like, stop it. You wouldn't need to talk about this if that was the case.
Bingo, and that's what gets me too. All these bitches is hoes, and they say that all these chicks is on OnlyFans, right? How would you know unless you're on OnlyFans? And then if you go to these, like if you on Instagram and you go look at their followers, all they following is a bunch of OnlyFans thoughts with BBLs. Well, at the same time, talking about these chicks' body counts. And what the fuck is the point of talking about a body count? Because if she busts it open for you, you gonna slide in that box. So why are you whining about it again?
Because they want their cake and eat it too. As the old people say. They want the cake and eat it too. So it's like, all right, bro. All right. Have it your way.
Yeah,
okay,
that's what I'm like. Yeah, you got it. Sometimes you just got to throw your hands up and be unburdened by it.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I that happened to me a couple times, and it was okay, but I had to really gather myself to tell myself, allow people to be where they're at. Don't always try to lift people up out of where they're at, because they're not going to come up out of that until they're ready. It's like you can give somebody water, but you can't make them swallow. And it's like, not that I know everything, but like I tell people all the time that this whole masculine and feminine thing, that you got this all wrong and backwards and fucked up and twisted. Because when they say a woman needs to be feminine, right? It's like when your idea of femininity is something that was crafted in chattel slavery. it's not real. And when you look at the truth of what feminine energy and masculine energy is, it takes a lot of masculine energy to be feminine. It does. And it takes a lot of feminine energy to be influential as a man, to which you move a bunch of men and women at your command. It takes a lot of feminine energy to do that. But people aren't thinking about what that entails. When I say a masculine man uses feminine energy to move other men and move women, because moving women for a man ain't nothing. But when you can move crowds of men as a man, that takes a lot of feminine energy. And it's like there's a balance here going on, but people don't see it. They just looking at this colonialism of how they treated their women and saying, oh, that's femininity.
And remember they treated their women who were property slaves, right? So this is the standard that we're going from. And Lola, what you're talking about, are you familiar with Carl Jung?
To some degree.
Well, what you just described, are you familiar with the anima and animus?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it sounds like what you just described, and basically I have it on the screen. The anima is the unconscious feminine aspect within a man, and the animus is the unconscious masculine aspect within a woman, both serving as inner guides towards psychological wholeness. Now, some people reject this, you know what I mean, but even some masculine men do talk about what they perceive as a inner feminine nature, just as well as some women have a masculine nature, right? You know what I mean? Especially if you're a single mom, right? Your unconscious animus are going to have you adopt certain masculine traits and certain things, whether you believe it's feminine or not. That's just the perception of it. So some dude, like if a dude is just like a hard rough rider, but then he wants to, you know, be very gentle and cuddly with his woman, right? Some people would consider that him tapping into his anima, right? His unconscious feminine aspect, because the nurturing, even though men could nurture, right, is considered a female aspect. So if I'm like, hey, here, baby, let me give you a shoulder to cry on, that's a nurturing aspect that's more associated with females. So, but psychologically, it's embedded in many men. So that's kind of the anima and the animus. And you know what we should do? Like I did like a brief show about that, but I definitely would love to do like a show with you.
You there, Easy?
Okay, it looks like I'm back. So I'm about to shut it down. And Tut, you can't hear me because my internet did a crap. So I'm about to shut it down just in case my internet goes on. You said I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, definitely tap in. Lola, you were phenomenal. I appreciate you for standing on business. And shout out to Satra Del Rey. Don't want to butcher your name, so you're gonna have to come on the panel one of these days so I forget to butcher, so I don't have to butcher your name. You said by accident, yeah. But yeah, this has been a banger though. It's almost 5 hours. I'm gonna get ready to shut it down. I don't want and shout out to Last Call, Mr. Midnight Soul, reporting from an undisclosed location in Northern America. And I appreciate y'all for sticking around. My connection is kind of janky, but we've been here for 5 hours, so I'm gonna just go ahead and shut it down. I will come back tomorrow, hit y'all with a double header. So I appreciate y'all. I'm signing out. Peace.